If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to Mindshock True Crime. This is the Delphi Murders case series. This is episode 31, The Hitchhiker. We'll be taking a look at a mysterious hitchhiker that some believe is actually the key to solving this case. As always, if you enjoy the Mindshock podcast, find it interesting and informative, want to help support Mindshock, help us get more mind-shocking content out there to keep up awareness in unsolved cases, missing persons cases, wrongful convictions, and more, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Make sure to allow your device to have those notifications come through. Like and share. Get the word out there. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section. So before we get into the hitchhiker issues, I will address all of the new information in the case. The leaked police interview with the Kleins. We'll be going back to the Kleins. Now, the stuff we're going to go over with the hitchhiker may or may not involve the Kleins or people known to the Kleins if there is a ring operating in the area. So there might be some overlapping information, but I wanted to go over this because a few people have been asking about it, and it's something I wanted to go over early on before all of the Klein releases anyway. Perhaps it will shed light on some issues and some reports. Before we get into that, I will read this very interesting post on the YouTube comments by Margaret with some interesting thoughts just to take a step back. So here's the post here. It slowly creeped in after watching older videos 3 years after the fact. A, why did or have creators thought that far outside the box compared to press releases? Seemed odd. Why had initial arrests and suspects had lesser sex crimes and almost always drug crimes? Seems odd. Why weren't most suspects of a serial rapist murderer type? Seems odd. It took a while to sink in that this beautiful scenic area could also unfortunately have a corner hotspot for drugs and such. Never mind, did Ron Logan know? Maybe yes, maybe no. Did DM know or worry about? Did they both worry or not concerned? Business as usual. Only Ron Logan not giving up his property line for someone else's dreams or desires. But as far as anyone knows, they could have been equally satisfied with the progress being made. Who knows? And if Ron Logan was busy at the dump and buying tropical fish that day, who were the 3 unidentified old men meeting inside the abandoned CPS building earlier in the day? Now, I haven't been able to nail this down, so some of the Mindshock listeners out there, I don't know where this report came from, but just continuing this comment here, apparently a witness saw them but didn't know them or didn't know all of them. Some have speculated if it could have been DM or Ron Logan and one other person. And there are maps of the trails inside, ? Don't quote, only read. Or are these unidentified persons still from earlier on in the day? There are also religious affiliated gangs that do weird stuff, black magic, to gain power and strength. Candles, skulls will actually rob graves to obtain them. Military graves are believed to contain better or stronger powers. This does not fit. However, just this week, someone made a video, 30-second clip or less, of a spokesperson at a presser. Perhaps they're all along to outsiders, non-locals. Hypothetically, the suspect might not know the girls, a complete stranger, but that's not likely in this case. Law enforcement with dark hair and glasses, no beard, older, shorter, usually speaks after FBI but before Doug Carter. So apparently this is a quote here. There's no link to this presser. I don't know which one this is. Wow, not the direction law enforcement had taken. Not necessarily serial. Could be some sort of revenge or hate crime. Or horrific snitches get stitches. As evidenced by what? The crime scene. A message. Not a crazy serial psychopath. And even if law enforcement doesn't seem to know for sure or won't confirm or deny if anyone really knows, but at the end of the day, we all hear the video released. Knee-jerk reaction was never drug-related in nature as a motive, but maybe never say never. It's not odd that no one saw anything, not as odd that no one heard anything. Why wasn't Libby's guardian there to pick her up by 3:14 p.m., not allowed to assist with a sketch drawing? ? Also, I'm not sure where they got this information from either. Did he see flannel shirt guy or an older male who resembled flannel shirt guy? Big difference. I mean, has it been stated how far away flannel shirt guy was? Did he run into his daughter's killer unknowingly? Or to this day just doesn't know for sure one way or the other? Does he believe he saw the man that was on the bridge? Or another person altogether, younger or older? How does law enforcement know a younger looking guy is the killer and that the guy on the bridge at least participated? Why can't law enforcement admit they're looking for two people if that's the case? Which likely rules out a serial killer, and then only maybe. Nothing would surprise me about this case. If indirectly drug-related and planned in any way, were Libby and Abby the intended targets or victims if the killer did not know their target? Was someone else to even be the victim unknown really? Except Libby and Abby had such low victimology for a homicide, especially if drug-related and or planned around such. Given their personal victimology, background, time, place, location, and presumed time frame of plus or minus 1 hour, no specifics about the crime scene other than bizarre or strange, serial killer seemed or appeared more likely, and again, could be northern and older. So a slightly older northern male with an old man's northern voice who may or could appear much younger than his biological age, we'll see. But does law enforcement see evidence of RICO-type activity with that voice? Learn something new every day if that turns out to be the case. Heck, people might be curious to know who helped with the second sketch, and why on earth did they attempt to make it look like MP, I don't know if they're talking about Mike Patty there, who has an alibi and related to Libby. That's a little weird. In hindsight, this person who helped police could be a little suspect. No question mark, inserting question mark. Good grief, in a town of barely 3,000, no one else can find the only other person who allegedly looks like Mike Patty but sounds like the guy in the audio recorded by Libby question mark. Thank God for Libby's audio. So some interesting thoughts and points there to keep in mind, especially when taking a step back and reviewing, because when you get tunnel vision on one particular suspect, it's if that turns out to not be the perpetrator of the crime, you're veering a little bit off course. So it's good to always take a step back and see what things look like. So let's get to the hitchhiker. So there was a report of some hitchhiker, apparently nothing really much since. So the best write-up I found on this topic was on truthtellersweb.wordpress.com. Opinions vary on this site, but either way, we will dissect this information for veracity. This was posted February 14th, 2020. 3 years later, no arrest in the murders of Libby and Abby. Was a mysterious hitchhiker the man we are all searching for? Just one day after the homicides of 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German, a local witness came forward with an account of passing a broken down vehicle and a man hitchhiking away from the area. The witness account allegedly resulted in a sketch of a young man who is now described by investigators as the man who killed the two teens. So now, this earlier report here, I mean, this contradicts those that believe that the second younger sketch is based off the Anthony Schatz profile, or possibly even Keegan Kline himself, unless Keegan Kline was this hitchhiker? I mean, what's going on here? Let's continue. On February 14th, 2017, the bodies of Abby and Libby were found by searchers along the Deer Creek on a stretch of private property in Delphi, Indiana. The two teens had been reported missing around 5:30 p.m. on February 13th when they failed to report to the trailhead to meet the family. The two had been dropped off around 1:30 p.m. and were to be picked up by around 3 p.m. by a family member. When calls to Libby's cell phone went unanswered, a search ensued. The girls' bodies were discovered around 12:15 p.m. on the 14th. It was later determined that Libby used her cell phone to videotape a man approaching the girls as they neared the south end of the Monon High Bridge. Audio from the video led investigators to believe that the man in the video did murder the teens. A suspect sketch was released in July 2017. Investigators stated that this sketch was compiled by multiple witnesses. It was then stated that investigators believed the suspect walked a great distance from the area. They asked if motorists witnessed a man placing a duffel bag along the side of Hoosier-Heartland Highway. It was asked if anyone in the areas of Kokomo or Logansport saw any unusual or suspicious activity. 2 years later, April 2019, investigators announced they were going in a new direction in the case based on new intelligence. A new sketch was released depicting a younger and more seemingly clean-cut man. It was then revealed that this sketch had been compiled by only one witness, only 3 days after the homicides. During the news conference, investigators spoke directly to the killer, stating that he likely didn't expect them to circle back. They asked for witnesses to come forward that may have seen an abandoned vehicle on the 13th between the hours of noon and 5 p.m. in the area of Hoosier-Heartland Express Highway near a closed CPS building. Investigators stated that the man depicted in the sketch may appear younger than his true age. Witness Jane Doe gave the following word-for-word account of a man she encountered on February 13, 2017, around 8 p.m. along the Hoosier-Heartland Express Highway. Let me repeat that time there. 8 p.m. 8 p.m. So here's the quote here. I wanted to say that I did already call in my tip a few days after it occurred, but wanted to ask you all to try to think back to the evening of February 13th. Were any other members possibly traveling on the new 25 northbound around 8 p.m. between Lafayette and Delphi? Please search your memory, as I think it might have some real significance. I wanted to share an eerie encounter I had that evening, but I will not share exact details as of now, as I would hate to have anyone just parroting what I saw, as this will not help the investigators to look into it harder. So let me tell you in very general terms of what I experienced. I work in West Lafayette and was on my way home around 8 p.m. on February 13th, traveling the new 25 northbound. First, I came across a possible work vehicle with its four-way flashers on, parked in the grassy median area. I say work vehicle because it has a possible logo which I reported to the best of my memory, along with the vehicle color and type, although I still can't say for sure even now what the make might have been. I slowed to make sure it was not an accident and did not see anyone with the stranded vehicle in question. About 2 miles farther up the road, I came across a man attempting to hitch a ride. At the time, I hadn't even heard about the girl's disappearance yet because I had been at work since mid-morning that day. I did pull over to the shoulder of the roadway, crack my window enough to talk to him, and had even turned on my dome light to see him better. Again, to keep this general, I will only say that he was Caucasian, between maybe 30 to 45 years old, possibly close to 6 foot, between 210 and 240 pounds. While I can say that the clothes were not the same as the police suspect picked, he was wearing a light jacket over the top of a lighter brownish tan hoodie. He told me his first name only and that he worked for his dad's business, had broken down, and was trying to get to his girlfriend's house in Delphi. I told him I couldn't give him a ride, but did offer to call someone for him or for a tow. He told me not to worry about it, as he had already let his dad know and that it was okay for him to continue to walk. The whole time, he never once made eye contact and had acted fidgety and extremely nervous. He also never even thanked me for stopping to check on him. To be honest, he gave me a very bad vibe that left me feeling quite shook. When I got home, I told my husband about the encounter, and neither of us felt the need to spend much more time discussing it that night, other than for him to scold me for slightly for stopping in the dark for a stranger by myself. The next day, when I heard the teens were missing and that a search was underway, I instantly recalled the strange encounter and the really awful feeling it had given me. I wish I could remember clearer details, other than what I told the tip line, but it was dark, and like I said, I had no idea they might be so important later because a crime had been committed in the area. Anyone else maybe see something that might now prove to be useful or related to this case that night? I just figured it might be worth asking others to really try to think back to that night. Maybe something that seemed so unimportant at the time. So this is allegedly a quote from the individual that stopped and saw this guy. Now, is he really a hitchhiker? Because it's not clear whether he's trying to hitch a ride or not. He's walking away from an abandoned vehicle, possibly. And she stopped to check up on him, and it's unclear. She didn't release the exact details of whether he actually asked for a ride or not, but regardless, this is the alleged quote here. So the rest of the post here, the witness stated the man was traveling north on Hoosier Heartland Express Highway, also known as Highway 25. He stated he was hitching a ride into Delphi to the home of his girlfriend. Is this the local connection? It's also stated that this was a work vehicle with a logo. It's unknown where the business is located. However, it can be assumed that the business is fairly local. On the third anniversary of the Delphi homicides, I'm suggesting that we launch a renewed campaign to bring awareness to the search for a killer. If we all do our part, we can reach many more who are unaware of the case, or perhaps that we can reach that one person who has the information that would lead to an arrest. In this day and time, it takes little effort and no cost to email a flyer to various businesses, homeless shelters, trucking companies, officials of various cities and counties, etc. We must emphasize the $240,000 reward. The anonymous comment section is open below if anyone would like to share ideas. And apparently this is from, is this Facebook here, a Facebook post, and it also has the younger guy sketch here. So that's curious. That is very, very curious. And I mean, we do have to keep in mind a couple things here. One, law enforcement might have followed this lead, and if they did find this guy and somehow ruled him out, then it would appear he's not connected. However, if he truly is the source of the younger guy's sketch, which they're going with, what does that mean? Are they talking to this guy's girlfriend in the press conferences regarding the alibi that needs to be broken? The other thing is, has this Jane Doe been shown a picture of Keegan Kline as well as other individuals? Garrett Kurtz, all these other people, has she been shown photos of all these people? Some interesting comments here in response to this as well. I would like to point out that the highway going into Delphi from Lafayette on the new 25 northbound is a major 4-lane highway. The CPS building would be on the opposite side going outbound to Lafayette, and so these vehicles could not be connected as the one she saw was parked on the grassy median of the highway. New 25 northbound goes to 421, then straight into Delphi, or you could take 25 all the way to the east side or more rural part of Delphi, which is where the bridge and trails are. She didn't say which direction the vehicle was facing, only that it was in the grassy median She said 2 miles up the road, a man was hitchhiking. I would like to know where exactly she had this encounter. In regards to her account, I know Delphi is not a huge metroplex and that people are more helpful, but I would never stop for a man hitchhiking late alone after 8 at night when it's dark. So according to this, there would be 2 vehicles in question. So that a so-called abandoned vehicle by the CPS building might not be this vehicle, because that was apparently also earlier in the day. So this would be a completely different vehicle. And this is 8 p.m. at night. So Truth Tellers Web posted this. I would also like to know where exactly. I do believe investigators thought this man was Bridge Guy. I don't know for sure which sketch he is, but they were looking for a hitchhiker at one point. And in the last conference, they were looking for a broken down vehicle. It could be that law enforcement believes the vehicle is connected, and they know it was there at 8 p.m., but they need someone who can place it there between 12 and 5 p.m. in order to tie it to the crime. They have located the driver, but he claims he didn't break down until after 5 p.m. So supposedly, Truth Tellers Web here is stating that they did locate the driver. So was this alibi all accounted for? But the thing that doesn't make sense is, if this is the source of the young guy's sketch, why would it continue to be used if he was ruled out? And why is it so difficult for law enforcement to clarify all these things? I mean, that seems really weird too. Because why, if this guy was ruled out, I mean, every other case, you see things like this, okay, that was ruled out, this guy was cleared, whatever, whatever. Here, we have nothing. It's so weird. So a few more responses here, which just add to the confusion here. I don't think the two are related. I thought the second sketch of the young guy was by a dog walker who saw the guy waiting by his vehicle near the cemetery. That's when he said he was waiting for his dad. This was posted by Anonymous. There's basically 3 different stories here on where this young guy sketch came from. That's one. This driver and the hitchhiker's another. And then the third one is that it was made from the Anthony Shots account. I believe there might even be a fourth where it was someone on the trails that day who saw a younger guy. I'm not sure. So Truth Tellers Web response here is, the one thing I am positive of is that the story of the young man who was waiting on his dad by a broken down van or truck originated from this witness account. It's just twisted and changed over time as people retold it. The only reason I know this is because Rose Hip Grace shared this with me when it was first posted. I have hundreds of saved items and have been working my way through them. I had forgotten all about it. Back then, she told me the story of this witness who encountered the man who was hitchhiking away from the broken down vehicle. She sent me the screenshot. She told me it was a white work van and that the man's name was. Now, keep in mind, I do not know where her info came from. She never told me who told her this info, so I cannot say for sure that it was a white van or the name of the guy. But this is how, she gives the last name here, were brought into the mix very early on. I dismissed all of this back then because the witness described the man as being 35 to 40. So it cannot be Aaron, who was hitching a ride and waiting on his dad. I cannot say with 100% certainty that there wasn't another broken down vehicle with another young man in the area that day. The odds are against it. I cannot say it didn't happen. I'm not aware of anyone waiting by a vehicle by the cemetery. I'm guessing that originated from this witness account and had just been twisted over time. I mean, 2 vehicles could be broken down in an area. I mean, it's not like Delphi's the complete middle of nowhere. I mean, there's truckers coming and going. There's supposedly decent vehicle traffic, so I don't know. Another post from Truth Teller here. What does everyone think about this witness account? The witness saw a work vehicle. She at least gave law enforcement a good idea of the logo or company associated. It might be a van or truck. The man said that he works for his dad. This may or may not be true. He said he was hitching a ride to see his girlfriend in Delphi. This may or may not be true. If he wanted to avoid anyone knowing his ID, then he may have misled her. Now, this was at 8 p.m. Can we believe that someone who was still that nearby at 8 p.m. would be the killer? Where was he from 3 to 8? Why was he over by the trail and bridge? And another point, too, again, I have to bring up the thermal imaging drone again. I mean, there's a lot of goofs out there that are hallucinating that I'm claiming that the bodies weren't there or that there couldn't have been a drone error or operator error. Of course there could have been. But by those accounts, the drone did not pick up any thermal signature from the area where the bodies were found. I went over the math before. You can go to sciencedirect.com, look at the algor mortis math. This is all empirically verifiable. If they were killed in the early afternoon with those outdoor temperatures, their heat signatures would have been picked up by a drone that was operating properly many hours after it was flown at dusk. Because, again, algor mortis, we're talking 1 to 1.5 degrees Celsius per hour of cooling, and that doesn't even factor anywhere between a half an hour and a 3-hour delay before the cooling even starts. So unless one is to say they were submerged in the cold water for extended periods of time, then it's pretty much, unless you're saying that there was an error with the drone, then they weren't there. Of course, there were also the 2 a.m. screams heard. Again, we don't know. Also, screams would have been heard in the area. So based on all the available information, it seems like they were not killed at that time. That doesn't mean they weren't. That just means the circumstances lined up against all odds, basically, because everything points to them not being killed there at that time on the unseasonably warm day. But either way, that might open up more of a time frame if they were taken elsewhere, and if an individual or individuals who did take them were not the people responsible for killing them. So there's a lot of different variables here. This is Mindshock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. We're not hallucinating that something is definitely true or untrue or falling for one of these logical fallacies like all of these so-called true crime aficionados do. So continuing on here, is this vehicle the same vehicle discussed in the news conference? Is he the sketch of the younger man? Question mark. The witness said he's 35 to 40, almost 6 feet, 210 to 240 pounds. No mention of hair or eye color. This description is a little different than the older sketch. How does this all fit together? Another interesting tidbit, there were police transcripts posted on Web Sleuth's forum, and there was a car at or near the cemetery that was picked up by a couple on the 14th. So was there also a car abandoned in the by the cemetery, or in the right next to the cemetery on the 13th? And a couple came back and picked it up on the 14th? And why is there no more information on this? So there's really not a lot of information on this young guy waiting on his father in or by the cemetery. On Delphi Murders subreddit, someone asked this 2 years ago. Can someone tell me if the young guy with the car trouble ever came forward and talked to the authorities? If not, is everyone in agreement that he is somehow involved? Responses: they wouldn't have ruled it out 100% unless they found out who the driver was. Anything is possible. User since deleted. I don't think we know for sure. Since the woman who encountered him called it into the tip line, I would assume law enforcement looked into it, but I don't think we know what happened after that. I believe most feel he is not involved, but I suppose if you suspect this was a father-son duo, then it's an intriguing aspect. Well, the other thing is, which father-son duo? The one by the cemetery or the one 2 miles up the road from the CPS building? Another post: this could be a red herring. We haven't heard anything definitive and supported by law enforcement. It would be an excellent thing to ask TL about if anyone gets the chance. His reaction would allow us to deduce the legitimacy of this concerning claim. It could very well have been an encounter with the killer himself. Now, from the IndieChannel.com, February 20th, 2017, saw somebody walking along road near Delphi. Police want to talk to you. And there's even a clip here. Police ask for information about hitchhikers and walkers. Again, this was posted February 20th, 2017. If you saw a hitchhiker or somebody walking along roads in Delphi last week, the police would like to talk to you. You could help find who killed Abigail Williams and Liberty German. Police are asking the public to try and remember if you saw somebody Monday, February 13th in the late afternoon or evening. We're asking people who are driving down the Hoosier Heartland that might have seen a hitchhiker or somebody walking. We're asking people that live in Logansport all the way to Lafayette if they saw somebody late that afternoon, that evening of Monday the 13th, if they saw somebody walking down the roadway that just did not look like they should be there, or they're just a hitchhiker. We would like to talk to that person, said Sergeant Kim Riley, Indiana State Police. So that's curious. They were definitely interested in this individual. So the curious question is, did they find the individual? Was it this and did they completely clear them? And why have they refused to say exactly where these sketches came from or who has or has not been cleared? I mean, it's kind of weird. Other than that one line about most of the family has been cleared, which is also cryptic because that means not all of the family. They haven't really said any of that. There's just a lot of confusion all around here. I mean, another post by user since deleted. No one has a clue about what law enforcement knows about the day of the murders. Shortly after the murders, many were questioned and several search warrants were issued. Police may well know who this individual is and have cleared him. Police have been very tight-lipped about the case throughout. My guess is that both sketches are valid and depict individuals who were seen in Delphi during the murders. The first one probably led to a dead end, hence the change of direction in the investigation. According to the timeline, witnesses of Bridge Guy are unsatisfied with both sketches, even though none of them got a good look of Bridge Guy. Police must know something we don't to still claim the case isn't cold. For all we know, Bridge Guy might not even be the murderer. The very short time frame of the murders, in my opinion, favors two perpetrators. I am dying to read the crime scene details when the killer is caught. And that's, of course, if the time frame really was that short, because it might not have been. Again, earlier rumors were that they were killed elsewhere and then possibly brought back, and that one of them might have still been alive. So, and then, of course, the screams heard at 2 a.m. So, again, very, very few details are confirmed, if any at all. I mean, it's just definitely a mind-shocking case. I mean, what can you say? Definitely absolutely mind-shocking. And in the previous episode, I actually believe the issue was solved with the first sketch in terms of people who had talked to the witnesses, or at least one of the witnesses who gave information regarding the sketch, and the law enforcement altered the sketch from what the witness originally stated. And we went over that in the previous episode. Here's another interesting article here. Carroll County Comet, April 29th, 2020. Lots of tips, no arrest in 2017 double homicide by Debbie Lau. Carroll County Sheriff Toby Leesenby told the Comet Monday roughly 40,000 tips have been received in an investigation into the homicides of Abigail Williams and Liberty German, February 13, 2017. Leesenby reported that roughly 9,000 tips received in 2019 and approximately 3,000 have been received this year. Libby took a video on her cell phone of someone walking on the bridge, which is believed to be the perpetrator or one of the perpetrators of the crimes. Interesting phrasing in this article here. Community members and others across the nation have become interested in the investigation to find the murderer or murderers, and theories run rampant on social media. Leesenby advised there is DNA from the crime scene, but refused to divulge from where it originated. He said there is suggestive evidence of fingerprints found at the crime scene. So is Leesenby admitting here that there is DNA evidence and fingerprints? That's curious. That's quite curious. This is not simple, the sheriff said. This is not television. DNA can come from all sorts of places, and fingerprints can be smudged and hard to identify. Leesenby said, from the evidence found in the area, the victims were killed on the same property on which their bodies were found along near the Monon High Bridge and the Deer Creek on February 14th, 2017. Now, what does that mean? They were killed on the property where they were found, but at what time? He said the Deer Creek runs east and west, and the High Bridge Trail runs north and south. The bodies of the girls were found north of the creek and east of the trail. Leesenby stated the investigation is not stalled, and it has not been determined if there was one or more perpetrators. We go back and forth on that, he said. Wow, interesting. So here is Toby Leesenby admitting that they don't even, not only do they not know whether there's one or more perpetrators, they go back and forth between thinking there's only one and thinking there's more than one. Does that sound like these guys have the cases solved? I don't know. The sheriff speculated that a perpetrator had probably been interviewed by investigators about the crime, but was not immediately recognized as an offender. He said he still believes a local or locals committed the crime. Leesenby said whoever did this knew the lay of the land. He said when an arrest is made, which he believes will happen, community members will likely be shocked at the identity of those arrested. He said he believes the perpetrator will likely be someone who is fairly well known in the community. Let me repeat that again. The perpetrator will likely be someone who is fairly well known in the community. Why is the sheriff making this statement? So he doesn't know if there's one or more involved, and he goes back and forth between thinking there's one or more, but he's stating that he believes that this is someone very well known in the community. That's a weird thing to say, isn't it? Mistakes may have been made early on in the rush to get a resolution to this, Leesenby said. It could be that just the right question was not asked, or a nerve was not touched by a question to help us figure out who did this. The sheriff said evidence is being revisited to determine if there are any more leads than were first thought. Criticism has been leveled against Leesenby because the search was called off Monday night and the girls had not been found. This is a Carroll County investigation, Leesenby stated. The investigatory team made the decision to stop searching on Monday night, but that doesn't mean everyone stopped searching. There were volunteers out all night continuing to look for the girls. And apparently it wasn't all night. There were certain dark hours. So there was 1 or 2 hours where apparently there was nobody out, but who knows. The sheriff indicated the two sketches, which varied greatly from each other, were supplied by two different people near the scene Monday, February 13th. Both images are of persons of interest in the investigation. Leesenby said further information and facts about the case have not been released because investigators believe that by doing that, the case against the accused would become weaker. That's kind of weird, though. How does that involve clearing some guy who's a hitchhiker that has nothing to do with anything? Leesenby said polygraphs have been administered on someone who has been interviewed. However, no information about the polygraphs or who is being polygraphed is being released because investigators want to protect the integrity of the information collected for prosecution. This is all kind of BS, though, because in many cases they admitted who got polygraphed. Obviously they don't have to admit the results of the polygraph, but in many different cases they stated, oh yeah, this guy was polygraphed, this guy was polygraphed. They simply don't reveal what was. Sometimes they do, or they say they failed, but of course that doesn't mean anything either. But it's just kind of weird. The sheriff acknowledged some who have called the local tip line have been unsatisfied with the reception they received. He encouraged those with possible information about the murders to email their tip to Abby and Libby Tip at cacoshrf.com or contact the Federal Bureau of Investigation tip line at Delphi Homicide Tip Line 844-459-5786. If people have not heard information from an investigator or released by police, they can assume the information is not true, Leesenby concluded. Wow, what nonsense. They don't say one way or another about anything. That's kind of a weird thing to say. But here's the takeaway here, though. Not only, Leesenby is stating they go back and forth on whether they think it's one or more, but for whatever reason, he believes it's a prominent member, someone fairly well known. Why would he believe that? Isn't that kind of weird? What makes them think that versus some lowlife living by himself whom people don't know? That a weird thing to say, and why would he say it? I mean, if they know who did it and it is a prominent member, why would he admit that? I mean, it's kind of weird no matter which way you look at it. So actually, I was able to track down this screenshot allegedly from the woman who reported the hitchhiker. Here's the woman's answer to what happened after her tip. It was me who had encountered this guy. I tipped it in and had 2 ISP officers and 2 FBI agents who followed up and met with me the day after I put in my tip. The guy was eventually identified as an RSO who resided in Delphi with his girlfriend. Based on my description of the logos on the side of the work van, they were able to identify the home business construction company that his father owned. I was also told that he was one of the many people investigated whose original alibi did not hold up because he had lied to investigators about his whereabouts that day. He had tried offering up gas receipts to attempt to prove he had been working on a job for his dad in Illinois, so it could not possibly be him that I encountered that night. It turned out those gas receipts belonged to the girlfriend who worked 3 days a week as a real estate agent in Illinois. From what I was told, they later were able to figure out where he actually was and confirmed that it was him I saw that night. They simply told me he had lied because he had not wanted his father to fire him for not being on the job that day, as his dad thought he was, and had taken the day off instead. But they assured me he was never near the bridge that day at all because they were able to figure out and track his movements from that day. So I was told by investigators that he was not Bridge Guy and nothing to do with the crime, but thanked me for coming forward. So again, I don't know if this has been corroborated that this was actually a comment from this particular witness. But if this is the source of the young guy sketch, why is it still being used? Huh. And again, if we can't verify any of this information and law enforcement refuses to verify the information, I mean, there's really nothing that can be made of this. Some more interesting posts from the Delphi Murder subreddit. If Bridge Guy knew of the girls going to the bridge, he would see them drive past his parked vehicle at the CPS building as they arrived from the other side of town. While he was waiting there, he may have been asked if he had engine trouble by the potential witness before he had donned his disguise. That would be my take. Exactly. If the Snapchat rumor is true, he didn't even need to see them from the vehicle. He would have been cyber stalking them from the parking lot waiting for confirmation. Or maybe he set it all up and they were there because he asked to meet them there. It's a rabbit hole. Keep in mind, these posts were also from 3 years ago, before the Anthony Shots and Keegan Kline information became public. And that again just goes to show how some of these early rumors turn out to be true, because a lot of coincidence theorists, authority worshipping cultists, law enforcement apologists, they always try to shut down any rumors by saying they're all false. But look how many cases where there's some kind of truth in the rumors. Other poster mentioned this. This story rumor was circulated long before the sketch was switched to the younger man, and so it could possibly be true. It has come from the locals and not the police, as I understand it. This is referring to the hitchhiker. Another post here. The release of a second sketch wasn't particularly surprising to me, given that the other encountered was oft rumored. The timing is the annoying aspect, and that they heard that tip first and chose to disregard it. As I've mentioned many times, I'm convinced the video was the culprit. Or let's say the interpretation of that video. They didn't say they were seeing a young guy in the video, so they shelved the initial tip and waited around until they had an account of an older, menacing-looking, unkempt guy. That's what we want our killer to look like, hot off the presses. Huh, that is interesting. So this would have been a white truck. Some more interesting posts here, which are curious because The witness didn't say exactly what was said between the two of them. But here's the post. I thought there was a broken down vehicle and guy spotted. Reading it again, I see the lady says she saw the guy walking, but she doesn't mention seeing the car. The guy she saw is the one that mentions the car being broken down. Was there actually a car broken down on the road? I would like to know more about the time of the encounter. Was it close enough to the trail area that the person could have been walking back to where he parked his vehicle? So that's an interesting point, because was it not the guy's truck? Because if it was a guy who the truck did not belong to, he was simply walking away from the truck. Is it possible the truck isn't his? Although from the unless the follow-up account is not genuine, because again, we don't have corroboration on anything right now. So if the follow-up's not genuine and they didn't definitively identify this guy, is this guy not the owner of the broken down vehicle, and this was an assumption made? I mean, see, the case is unsolved. So if there were certain assumptions made, and this house of cards built on assumptions, I mean, we could be getting wildly off track here. So to nobody's surprise, like, nailing down these details is very tough. So if anybody knows also, what's with the rumor regarding the guy waiting for his dad in the cemetery? Did those get conflated? Was there a separate vehicle in the cemetery that a couple came to pick up the following day that's just not related to anything? And those stories got mixed up? I mean, as always, I mean, this is a confounding case. It should definitely have been solved by now already. And a lot of times going back to the beginning and re-examining certain things is key. And again, in so many cases, you see how early rumors turned out to be true. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of Mindshock True Crime. Found it interesting and informative. You can help support the podcast by donating to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share the podcast. Keep the awareness up in this case as well as other cases. That's how cases get solved. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, not suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. You are listening to the Delphi Murders series. This is episode 32, Klein's police interview. So we are going to go over the transcript that was so-called leaked online regarding Keegan Klein's interview with police and what he said to them, what it all means in the context of the case. And this is Mindshock, so we're going to be going over the whole thing, logically analyzing it, and then also going over other law enforcement individuals' opinions of this interview, what it all means. Was this a fishing expedition, or do they really believe that Keegan Klein has something to do with the deaths of Liberty German and Abigail Williams? As always, if you enjoy the podcast, want to help support Mindshock, help us get more mind-shocking content out there and keep up awareness, not just in this unsolved case, but in other unsolved cases, cold cases, missing persons cases, and wrongful convictions. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share the podcast. Keep the awareness up. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. And any questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So, let's jump right in here. So, the PDF here that has been so-called leaked. Now, some people believe this is all released on purpose by law enforcement for whatever reason, to kind of shake the trees, or to distract while they pursue other avenues, as not to further contaminate the case with all of the social media speculation. It is really hard to accurately determine the motivations and actions of law enforcement in this case. It's very unusual. The only thing we can say for sure is the case is as of yet unsolved. So the criticism is warranted just by that mere fact alone. I went over these stats in previous episodes, but most cases that are not solved within the first few weeks when an arrest is not made, the likelihood drops substantially that an arrest will ever be made. So let's go over this. So this is State of Indiana, County of Miami, the State of Indiana versus Keegan Klein. In the Miami Circuit Court, it says filed here March 3rd, 2022, 3:13 p.m. And it says here, videotaped statement of Keegan A. Klein on August 19th, 2020. So we could see what he said there. Also compare it to his other interview. So there's some introductions here. Not going to go over those. Although, I'll go over a few here. As soon as they get in here, I'm going to head out, but I appreciate you being cooperative. So I'm assuming there's multiple. Yeah, it's questioning by an unidentified officer. Curious. Yeah, a quiet, easygoing on the way up here. Klein answers, yeah, no problem. I know you guys deal with probably all kinds of crazy people. Interesting, the response by the officer. Well, there are some, but there's a lot of good people too. Right. But yeah, I'd say you're on the list of eventful people that I've arrested. You're way down the bottom as far as eventful. It was, yeah, kind of a non-issue. Right, which is good. Yeah. Okay, so they're talking about a mask. I guess this is the COVID era. I'll go get you a mask while we're sitting here before I leave, since I got it in the car. Officer leaves interview room, re-enters interview room. Hey, Keegan, yeah, they said that they're just going to let you talk out and take it off when you talk to them. Are you comfortable with? Are you all right with that? I'm fine with that, yeah. Okay, they said they're fine with that too. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Okay, if you just want to make sure, not worrying about mask. Okay, I appreciate it. Let me get a key. Leaves, re-enters. Okay, so he's removing his restraints, handcuffs. Okay. The officer says, just please don't take a swing at me while you're standing here. He answers, oh no, I'm like the least, most violent person. Okay, so Keegan's response here, not the least violent person, the least, most violent person. Huh. Okay, some more pleasantries. Thanks for not being any trouble, blah, blah, blah. Okay, now here comes Detective Vito. I'm Detective Vito with the Indiana State. Okay. Also, Deputy Clinton here. So you obviously want to know what's going on today? Yeah. Okay. They're reading some paperwork. They advise him of his rights at this juncture. Supposedly, judging from information in a previous interview, they did not read him his rights at the time of the arrest. So apparently they went over the rights here. You have a right to talk to a lawyer before we ask you questioning. Okay. They ask him if he understands. The answer is inaudible. So whatever that means. Did he say he did not understand these rights? Who knows? Okay. Okay, they ask him to sign and print. Okay. They're giving him a copy of the arrest warrant at this point. Isn't this supposed to be done at the time of the arrest? Not after he's already arrested and sitting in his room? It's kind of weird. Okay, so they're charging him here. Klein forthwith hold the person to bail in the amount of no bond to answer in the Miami Circuit Court of Miami County in the state of Indiana, and information for count 1, child exploitation, a level 5 felony, count 2, possession of child pornography, a level 5 felony, count 3, possession of child pornography, a level 5 felony, count 4, possession of child pornography, level 5 felony, count 5, possession, okay, all these different counts. Oh, one of them is level 6 felony? Okay. Obstruction of justice, level 6 felony. Count 9. Oh, so several different obstruction of justice counts as well. More possession, child exploitation, more possession. Oh, wow. 16 count, 18, 19, 24, 25. Wow, just pages of these counts. So it goes to count 30. Possession of child pornography, level 5 felony, and 4 inaudible bail, commit him to the jail of the county, and therefore, without any necessary delay, bring him before the said court and witness, whereof I, the judge of said court, subscribe by name. Okay. So you obviously know why you're here with this. I do want to make it clear that we have watched the previous interviews when this had come up in the past. Right. Okay. You understand what's going on. Obviously, you have a problem. Answer. Are you talking about all the stuff that was on those old phones? Is what this is about? The phones, Answer from Klein. So like I told that, I can't remember her name. She was like I don't know, something with the child division. All those are old videos when I was underage. Question. Well, and I want to make it clear, too, that we not only have watched your interviews, right, but we've personally gone through each device, right? We've watched the videos, yeah. We've seen the pictures, and I can tell you were not underage at the time. Okay. Answer by Klein. Of all the underage girls I talked to, I was definitely underage for any of those pictures that I got from them. Question. And that's not what the data that we have. On the metadata of those images, I mean they're time-stamped. Klein responds, right. This is a little while, obviously, but Klein. And a few of those charges, can I see that again so I can ask? Yeah, which one are you thinking about? It was like, I don't know, I can't remember. I have to. Sorry, my mind's going crazy right now. Like, what is, like, child exploitation? What is that? Like, I've never been with a child before or anything like that. Officer responds, well, it's not necessarily about being with a child, but when we go to This is your Kick chat. This was on your iPhone when you're trading back and forth. Right. Officer says child porn images, that's exploitation of a child. Klein says, okay, and obstruction of justice. Officer says, and we're going to get to all that, but I need to understand why. Right. So 3 years ago, you were not underage. Right. And you were in possession of all that as well. Right. So I know in your last interview, you have a problem. Right. And you said it yourself. Yeah. And I'm assuming you know problem like that just does not overnight correct itself. No, you're right. I moved to Las Vegas and I tried to completely change my life. And yeah, and then fell on hard times not having a good job and stuff, so I had to move back. But yeah, I hadn't done any of those stuff since then. That was a real wake-up call, inaudible. When did you move to Vegas? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it was about 2 years ago. Well, no, I got back 3 years ago, probably. I don't know. I think June, maybe. Right around my birthday. It was right after that. June 2017. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So is he conveniently trying to say he was in Vegas until June 2017? You know where are you currently living now? That's where your residence is at? That's with your girlfriend? Answer, well, I stay with her sometimes, but I just bounce around really, but she lets me stay there as much as I need to. Officer says, okay, so June 2017 moved to Vegas. Where'd you stay out there? I had an apartment. Okay, what was the address? Okay, do you remember what the street was? He says, what was the address? I don't know. What the hell was that address? They ask for the street. He gives them the name of a road. That's my dad's address. I don't know. So his dad lived there also? This is weird. Wait, what? No, I had a friend that I moved out there with. Who was that? He gives the guy's name. It's redacted. He lived in Peru. Okay, some more redacted. What did you do for employment out there? A lot of stuff really. We had a little medical marijuana business that we would do a delivery service with and stuff. A lot of money in that, isn't there? Yeah, there was. A lot of elderly people, that couldn't leave their house a lot and stuff, didn't want to get around and stuff like that. What caused you to move back? I just couldn't afford it. Rent was so expensive and just everything in general just so expensive out there. Officer says, so yeah, I could definitely see it being more expensive out there too. Yeah. My goal today, we're going to try, of course, to get to you to understand everything that, going on. I think there's some things we need to clear up too. In your original interview, you obviously said it was a problem that you had. Yeah. So you're saying it was a pretty big wake-up call. Yeah, definitely. I never had a problem with the police ever in my life. A whole bunch of redacted here. Just paragraphs of just black redacted blocks. Okay, after this block of redacted text, as for the child pornography stuff, you just stopped? Answer, oh yeah, definitely. Well, when I realized, how serious it is, okay. You don't think about it when you're talking to 16 and 17-year-old girls, and then you realize that when the knock comes at your door, hey, expletives not a joke. What we can do now then, since, you haven't viewed it since then, or no? Anything like that? No? Would you then give us consent for your phone? Yeah. To search your phone? Inaudible? Okay. Do you have computers or tablets or anything like that at your... I have a computer in my room, but it's not really... It's really old, but yeah, I have one in there. Would you give us consent for that as well? Yeah, definitely. Okay, any other electronic media, or maybe you have an Xbox or something? Yeah, I have an Xbox, yeah. Would you give us consent to search that? Yeah, definitely. Okay, what games you playing nowadays? Call of Duty. I don't even know what Call of Duty. Yeah. What are they on, 26? The new one called Warzone. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty fun. You do it online, talk expletive to kids? Yeah. All the time? Yeah. Inaudible? I used to play until the kids started getting really good. He responds right. Okay. I get so damn mad I got to throw it across the room, right? Yeah. Talk so much expletive, man. Answer, he's like 12. Yeah, he's destroying you like, no, yep. Okay, so they're just little bastards. I grew up on Nintendo, man. So these are the two officers here talking to him about this. Talking about controls and all that. Okay. How long have you been in Indiana back from Vegas? Like a year and a half, probably. Consistently the whole time or just bouncing around? Well, yeah, pretty much consistent the whole time. Yeah. And what phones do you have at your house? Just an iPhone. Or at the apartment, just an iPhone? Yeah. You know what model it is? It's called the SE. Is that like 2 models back or something, or is that a newer one? It's like the brand new one. You have a inaudible iPhone. Yeah. What color is it? Red. Red. It has like a black case. Okay. So what room is that in? The first room, all the way in the back, closer to the front where the TV is stuff. Yes. Okay. Like, is that expletives place though? Is that redacted's place though? Yeah. Are you on the lease? No. You don't pay? Rent or nothing? No. Okay. How do you pull that off? She just lets me stay there when I need it. One of the officers says, I tried slumming at a girl's house, man. I get my expletive kicked out. I get my ass kicked out. Klein just says, yeah. And you said you have an Xbox. Yeah, where is that? What color is it? Black. Okay. You said a computer. Yeah, what kind of computer is it? I don't even know, honestly. That's how much I don't even use. It might be a Gateway or no, an HP, I think. An HP, yeah. Is it like an all-in-one or does it have a tower? It's like just a regular rectangle. I don't know. So, like, I bought it. Like, the disc and everything is all on the screen? Yeah, it's all in. Okay, so it's an all-in-one. Yeah, touch screen? No, I plug it right into my TV. Huh. Well, I got to think I could play games on it or something because it was a little cheaper. You can't even do anything on it. It's terrible. Okay. Okay, talking about streaming stuff. When'd you get it? 6 months. That's not that old. Huh. Okay, yeah, that's weird. It's only like $150 in Audible. Well, you just got that. When did you get the iPhone? They came out a few months ago, probably 2 months ago. 2 months ago, yeah, you had the Xbox for a while? Yeah, for about a year and a half, probably. What color is the HP? Gray and black? Yeah, I would say it's more gray than black. What other electronic devices do you have in the house? That's about it. All I can think of. Her phone, that's inaudible. What does Redacted have, just so we don't... The same iPhone SE. Okay, yeah. What color is hers? Hers is white. Okay. She's on her own plan. They ask him if he has his own plan. Technically, I'm not on a plan right now. I just have text now. So you're using Wi-Fi for everything? Yeah, because I don't ever go anywhere without Wi-Fi. What's your current phone number? Klein says, I honestly don't know. I literally just you don't know your own phone number. Yeah, I know it's a 310 number. It's a Los Angeles number, I'm not sure. 310, yeah, I'm not even sure. Spend time in LA too? Yeah, really? Oh yeah. How long would you do out there? Pretty much the same thing. The weed business. Yeah, yep, it's booming out there. I bet. It's crazy, yeah. Do you have any old phones or anything like that? No. What did you do with your old phone that you've turned in? I sold it on eBay. Okay, and that was a couple months ago, you said? Yeah, when I got this phone. Okay, so just an iPhone, Xbox, and then that computer. Who's your guy's internet provider? AT&T. Does she pay for that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she pays for everything? Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to read you this. We can have consent. We can have your copy here. So we're obviously at the Peru, Indiana State Police Post, but your devices are located at this redacted. These are your rights. You have the following constitutional rights. You have the right to require that a search warrant be obtained for any search of your property. You have the right to refuse to consent to a warrantless search. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before giving consent to such a search. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you. The next parts, okay, if you're a juvenile, okay, your signing statement. I have read the statement of rights, understand what my rights are. I do not want a lawyer at this time. So he doesn't want a lawyer this whole time. It's kind of weird. I consent to a warrantless search by the officers of the Indiana St. Police of the following described property, which we have here: red Etsy iPhone, red with a black case, Xbox One, which is black, and the all-in-one HP computer, black and gray. I authorize these officers to seize any article of property which they consider evidence. I understand and know what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me. No pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. Appreciate that, and if you don't mind just signing, you can just sign underneath. It's okay. Thank you, sir. So you said that you were, and I'm sorry, I was writing this down. Wait a minute. When you were talking, you went from Las Vegas to L.A.? No, I never really stayed in L.A. I just would go there a lot. Okay, hold on. Let's rewind a second. So he consented to a warrantless search without even consulting a lawyer. Would a guilty person do that? I mean, I don't know. Seems kind of, I mean, the whole thing's kind of weird. I don't know what everybody makes of that. What were you doing out there? I would get our product and stuff. I would go there like almost once a week. Wait, what? He said he's going to LA once a week? That's weird. Was it your company or did you work for it? Me and my friend then moved out there. Together we started it. Bunch of inaudibles. Do you need a license? How did that work? Technically, it's under a law. You don't have to get a license inaudible under the law. If you're 18, it's gifting to someone. So you're not technically buying it from us or anything. I'm not selling it to you. You buy a monthly subscription and get that every month as a gift. That's an interesting loophole. Really? So that you don't need a license or anything. If you had to pay someone monthly, you give it to them, and because they're paying for the monthly subscription, they're paying for the service. Klein says they're not paying for the marijuana at all. Inaudible, right. Was this in LA? That was in Vegas. Okay. So after Vegas, it got too expensive out there. Where'd you go from there? I went to my mom's outside of Young America. Okay. And how long do you stay in Vegas then? From that June to I think it was been about a year or so. The next June, next August or September, she got married in September, so yeah, September. So, wow. Okay, the question here, so August, September, yeah, I came back really to marry them, and then I thought about it, and I was like, I'll just stay here. Something inaudible? Wait. You, question mark. He answers, ordained minister. Question, no kidding. Answer, yeah. Question, so you married your own mom? Klein says, yeah, right. No kidding. Yeah. Wait, so Keegan Klein is an ordained minister who married his own mother. Wow, is this case too bizarre, or is he just lying about everything? I mean, I don't know. This is kind of a weird interview. Okay, so you just stayed with them? Yeah. How did you do that? Well, what did you have to do that? My stepdad works at a hog farm, so I work with him. So you work, you can stay here, and I mean, I paid rent and stuff, and it was a pretty cool job. Okay, that's not too bad. Have you done any other weddings then since? Yeah, I've done 2 or 3 in Nevada, and then I did hers. So it's like nationwide. But since I haven't done it, yeah. So they ask him about the nation. He says, yeah, I can do it in all 50 states. Well, not Alaska. But really, when am I going to go to Alaska? Wait, so, oh man. So yeah, apparently, depending on where you get your license, they are relatively national, but, yeah, so he said, Klein is saying here, I can do it in all 50 states, not Alaska. Okay, when am I going to Alaska? Why is that? I don't know. I don't know why it is. It says right on my paperwork, though, that you can't do it in Alaska. I mean, if this guy's lying, I mean, he's making up really specific points. I'm not sure what the deal is there. I mean, they spend so much time talking about this. Okay, customs, right, laws. Okay, so then you stayed with mom and Inaudible living in Young America, right outside Young America. And working for stepdad, what's his name? Redacted. Yeah, last name redacted. And then after mom's, where'd you go from there? Really, I just started living, sleeping with friends and stuff, and then staying at Redacted's whenever I could. And for the past 2 years now, maybe? Well, no, I stayed with them until last August, so I stayed with them for probably about a year. And then, yeah, it was probably longer than August, sometime right before winter. Okay, 2019, yeah, 2019. And then you've been kind of staying with her and other friends and stuff in Kokomo. What other friends did you stay with? I have a friend named Redacted here that I hang out with every now and then. Okay, whole bunch of more black blocks of Redacted. No idea what they're talking about here. Okay. Are you currently working? Currently, not. No. Okay, I've been trying to. I do graphic design and stuff. Okay, so I'll just get jobs whenever I can. Okay, do a website called Fiber. I'm guessing it's supposed. Is it Fiverr? But it says Fiber in the transcript. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. I think I've heard of it. It's a computer. What do you do for graphic design? My phone. You do graphic design from a phone. Yeah, from a web, from an app on the phone. It's called Canva. You can pretty much do like literally anything you can think of that you can on the computer. Really, it's really nice. Huh. It's like, what's a typical project? Menus for restaurants. I do that a lot. It had to have picked up, I'm assuming, yeah, with all the COVID stuff. Yeah, definitely. But it actually slowed down a lot, too. Wait, so it picked up a lot and then also slowed down a lot. Because, a lot of places would shut down. Okay, that makes sense. Because, like, what I'd want to do is mom and pop businesses. Okay. You try to get somewhere, somewhere just to try to get 200, 250 from them, Inaudible. A lot of people charge $1,000, $1,000 for a website. I can do that same website for $200, Plus, you can even make their website. Yeah, definitely, yes. So not even just menus or anything. Everything, yeah. Okay, from an app. Yeah, well, the websites are done. I don't know if you know. Have you ever heard of GoDaddy.com? Okay, wow. Okay, so I'm going to skip over this. They start talking about Wi-Fi, thumb drives. Okay, so after mom's there from August to October 19, Redacted, you've been staying with her. How long have you guys been together? I mean, you said you're together or you're not? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, for since like last May. Okay, yeah, so. Well, I knew our brother in high school, then we met on Facebook pretty much, just talking on Facebook, and then we hung out, and yeah, Inaudible. But I've pretty much known her family my whole life. What's her brother's name? Redacted. Same last name, Redacted. So you guys met May 18. Yeah, somewhere. Or 2 years, you said. Yeah, May 19. Okay, can this guy not remember anything? What the heck? May 2019. So yeah, okay, so I'm just trying to make sure. Bounced around tad here, but August to October, then you started staying with Redacted. Any other friends or anything like that? Not really. I mean, not for like long periods or nothing like that. Okay, then they start talking about a black Dell desktop, USB drives. Talk about him being a car guy. I'm guessing he's talking about his dad here. There's a couple of inaudibles. He works at Chrysler, so go back and forth. Just buy one car for work to drive for work. And stuff, yeah. I mean, I can't tell. Is this guy a super genius playing stupid? Or is he literally this dumb? In which case, how could he have committed this crime and gotten away with it? I mean, it's kind of hard to make heads or tails of this. What car are you driving now? A Grand Am, a 98 Grand Am. Then they ask him if he grew up working on cars. He said not really, but his dad did. Okay. They talk about how significant the charges was. Then they go back through going with the phone, the Kick Messenger. They ask him if he remembers his Kick Messenger name. He says, I don't even know. I'm not sure. I think it was my name. I think maybe a number or something. Wasn't anything else. No, I think maybe Keegan Klein one, I don't know my name, I think something. So your Kick Messenger accounts were all in your name. Yeah. You're 100% sure about that. Yeah. Okay, so did anyone else have access to the phone? No, I don't think so. I didn't have a girlfriend or no one ever uses my phone or nothing like that. Okay. So he's admitting that his accounts are in his name. Is this where they found all of this child exploitation material and what they're charging for? He used his real name on his messenger accounts? Okay, or he didn't and he's lying about that, but whatever. Then they ask him about the making fraudulent accounts. Right. What fraudulent accounts have you made? On Instagram, I would make stuff like that to try to, Yeah. And on Kick, I don't think I I wouldn't send pictures of myself. But we're talking about names. I don't think so. I think it was always my name and then maybe a number, something like that. Okay, and want you to know I have these chats sitting right in front of me. Okay, so where does the name, then this name is not redacted, that they ask him about. I just made up a random name. I made it up, yeah. And I think other individuals, at least on Reddit, have said that he did not make that name up, and it's the name of a neighbor or someone he knows or something like that. Or possibly someone related to the Shots account with the last name Shots. And then they go through some of these messages. Apparently, there were images depicting Caucasian female, 13 years old. Wow, some of this stuff is really disturbing. They're talking about 5-year-olds. I actually don't even want to read this now. Now he's actually saying that maybe 15 or 14 kids had access to this account. Who had access to that device? 4 years ago, I don't think anyone, but expletive, I never, like 15, 14. Okay, so maybe he's talking about the age of people. Lot of expletives. They're asking if anybody else could have access to these devices. He's not really giving them an answer, but saying basically no. They would have to know the passcodes, etc., etc. He said he did have the friend that he lived with, and then he also stayed with his father. Then they're talking about when he moved to Las Vegas. He's also admitting here, he could have. I stayed at his house a lot. We did drugs and stuff. I wasn't saying, I have no clue. Why would I be doing that around one of my best friends? You know what I'm saying. Also with the context, who knows what the video looks like to give context to all of this stuff. But he's talking about other people that he stayed with, his ex-girlfriend. Then they reference his polygraph here. Even in your polygraph that were under 16, they deliberately asked you, what if a girl told you they were under 16? And your exact words, I would probably still talk to her. Right. So don't inaudible, but that doesn't mean, Keegan, listen, 14 and 13 does not mean a little kid that's 3 or whatever you said. Okay, so then he says that's totally different. He took your phone for this part, then you asked, do you have any 9 to 13 expletive videos? Yeah, I didn't. That is not me. Interesting. The police are saying we're not allowed to lie to you about this. Is that true? How many times do police lie during interrogations? But yeah, they're talking about some really disturbing things. Then they said you didn't have a choice. They served a warrant. So there was a previous warrant searched, but apparently here, without a lawyer, he signed for his consent to a warrantless search. Does any of this make sense to anybody? Is he a criminal mastermind genius, or does he have some kind of split personality? Because some of these things just don't add up. So then they're saying he admitted to making the account. They're also talking about a Dropbox. Keegan's saying, what do you mean I never had a Dropbox? Officer says, yes, you did. That I sent links for? What do you mean? Bud, from your Dropbox account off your phone, we have started one of the largest child pornography investigations ever undertaken in the state of Indiana. Whoa! So they're saying this is all off his phone, is initiating one of the largest investigations ever undertaken in the state of Indiana. His response, well, you're okay, but that's not me. How did that? You, a Dropbox account. It's a shared link from your Dropbox, inaudible link, right? His answer, not from mine. There's no way possible. Yes. There's no way possible. Yes. Do you have a Dropbox? Now you're saying inaudible. I have a Dropbox, not that I would send nudes and expletive through. Wow, this is really messed up. Something inaudible. Say a lot of people have Dropboxes. Officer says we start looking at those people and it just freaking spirals out of control to this major child pornography ring. Absolutely. And the other officer says, absolutely. And you even have it to the point where you're getting this, you're sharing it with your account to your Keegan Klein Dropbox account. His answer, inaudible. You can't tell me that the guy that you randomly lived with for a month knows your Dropbox password, knows your phone password. His response, inaudible, live with him for a month. And then you're also, that's your primary phone, and you don't something something. Oh, you don't know that all of this is on it. Keegan, come on. You can show me anything you want. That doesn't mean that was me doing it. It's on your device. Okay, that happened. I mean, that's probably happened to a lot of people. That doesn't mean no, it doesn't happen. Okay, so someone shoots someone and they're with the person. That happens a lot and they get charged for it and they say that they killed him. That doesn't mean that they killed him. I mean, is this Keegan grasping at straws now? Yeah, that's why we asked you initially, is there anyone else that has access to your phones? And you, right, but that inaudible told me little kids an expletive. I've never done that. So you're saying, obviously, as someone, your story changes. Okay, I understand. Yeah, of course it does, because I never did expletive stuff, little kids and stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff with little kids. Okay, that's not me, is what I'm saying, though. The officer says, I'm in your corner on this, but you gotta come off of it. Who else? Who else? How could you be in the corner of a guy like this? This is weird. His response, that's what I'm saying. He's the only person I was around. That's what I'm saying. Okay. That would be like that. Let's go from here. So who else has access to your phones from 2016? That's it. Him, only him. Yeah, okay, that's literally it. All right. Okay, now he's saying his girlfriend, she knows my password and stuff. Wow, okay. And then he talks about the friend that he moved with to Vegas. Wow, okay. I mean, some of this is just really disturbing. Just messages from his accounts talking about any age, and then also describing certain poses and photographs. This is kind of weird, though. Okay, the officer saying, probably no pictures are embedded with GPS as well. Keegan says, if I was doing that, I wouldn't not have VPN blockers and stuff like that. You know what I mean. Officer says, well, I'm telling you right now that it's connected to the house that you lived at with your dad. Right. Not in Vegas with Redacted's name. Right. And you just said Redacted wasn't there. Keegan says, I mean, Redacted has been to my dad's house. He hasn't stayed in my house. He's been there, right? Redacted line. Okay, inaudible. These are hour-long conversations, right? Keegan, his answer, okay, but if you're on drugs, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying we used to take drugs a lot together. What type of drugs? I mean, hard drugs where, like what? You're going to pass out PCP, LSD, a lot of, mushrooms. So you've done it, you did that all the time or sometimes. Keegan says, I mean a lot, yeah. Are you still, when was the last time you used? Oh, forever. I mean, I haven't like hard drugs. I mean, any drugs. I mean, I smoke marijuana. Still, other than that, yeah, but other than that, nothing. Is there any narcotics or drugs in the house at all? No. Or in the apartment? No, there's a bong. There's a bong, though. Again, I mean, you're literally going to have to do some more convincing than that a friend who randomly comes over and you guys get high is taking your phone. No, I totally get where you're coming from. I don't think you do. I totally do like that, because I'm telling you right now, honestly sounds really stupid. I get what you're saying. You're a bright guy, dude. There's no doubt. I would say most of the time you're probably the smartest guy in the room. That's an interesting thing to say to Klein. Okay, there's the other officer says, what? There's 2 other iPhones. They're both white. Whose are those? Where at? In the apartment. There's no other. Oh, actually, she does have another phone. Yeah, she does have 2 phones in Audible. Why does she have 2 phones? She needed to get her service switched over through Boost Mobile, and she never did. I bought her that new phone, and she just never did. How did you buy her a phone you're not working? Well, I mean, I make money through, all you need to do is one job. I mean, I can make $1,000 easily. You said you charge $200. Yeah, but I mean, that's just for a menu, But I mean, if I make a website, I can do the work for people, make videos, all kinds of stuff for them. Well, and again, I don't see it, and I'm telling you right now that on each and every one of these devices that have your names on them, they're not once time a friend comes over and uses it, another redacted line. Right, where does redacted live now? In Vegas somewhere, I'm guessing. You ever talk to him? No, we had a fallout. Over what? Money, pretty much. Him trying to take all the money we had. To do what? What was he probably gonna do? I don't know. Probably creating a nest egg. Probably move. I don't know. You still inaudible from when you left? Yeah. Okay, bunch of inaudibles. He was a good dad, really. And how old was he? He was close to 30, probably 29, so he's probably 31 or so now. Okay, right now we can come back to the iPhone. There's a lot there, but I mean, you understand the stuff on the devices that we have here again is, I mean, we're clear that it's not your friend who's occasionally coming over. We'll go back to the Apple iPhone 3. This phone was named Keggy. Is your nickname. You would have been 20 at the time. iPhone 3? There's no way I would have been 20 at the time. How old were you in... I mean, I had that phone when I was in high school. So how old are you now? I'm 26. So 5 years ago, no. Would have been what? There's no way. I'm telling you right now that the last time the device was used was 5 years ago. It was used up until 2015. Yeah, so, well, you can say what you want, but that's not the truth. So, I mean, he seems to be standing his ground here. So it's like... I don't know what to make. I really don't know what to make of this so-called interview. I mean, they go on and on about reasons to lie. Are you lying? You lied to the investigators 3 years ago. You're lying. And at this point, he's stating, well, oh my God, okay, all right, whatever. I need a lawyer. So at this point in the interview, I mean, we don't have the video, so we don't know how long this interview lasted, but I mean, we're getting really far into the interview here. He's saying I need a lawyer, which is curious. Because I have no clue what this is ridiculous, because I do not have any images or videos of children at all. I'm telling you that right expletive now. There's no way. If I shared a Dropbox, and you know how Dropbox works, obviously you're a smart guy, but if someone sends it to me, the sender... have some... Are we going to clear this up, or what do you mean? Because if you're going to keep talking, yeah, lawyer, yeah. You don't want to clear any of this up. No, if you're telling me all this, no, I do not. I don't want to talk to you anymore. So, I don't know, do we believe Keegan Kline here? Because it seems like at this point, he's getting the impression that they're trying to blame other stuff from other Dropboxes on him that he does not believe he is responsible for in any way, and does he believe at this point that the investigators are lying to him and trying to pin this all on him? And again, he seems to admit that he admitted to certain things years prior, but not this particular issue. You might need to hear it. He responds, I really don't, because I've heard enough that's expletive, so I don't need to hear any of it. You understand the charges? You're going to jail right now. Yep. Okay. A lifeline is here. He responds, yeah, but when you guys are here telling me that I'm lying to you and I'm not. Well, I'm gonna tell you. Then he says, I have no reason to lie to you. That's why I have no reason to lie to you. If you watch the videos in Audible. Officer says, you can let us go through it all and explain it to you so at least you understand you have the opportunity. He has 45 years in Indiana. Right. That's not counting. There's 30 counts total. Right. So do you want to go through with this and get charged with and take all of this because you're getting charged with this? All of this is being put on you. And if you don't want to hear everything, that's your answer. So can I sit in silence and not say anything? If you want to keep talking to us, yeah. Okay. You want to keep talking to us? Yeah, yep. Okay. Again, I have no reason to lie to you. This is what the officer said. I understand. I'm sorry for acting the way I do, but I mean... That's what inaudible. We need an answer for this. Because it's either inaudible, it's all you, or it's you and someone else. Right. Or and really. Okay. Inaudible. I wasn't here. And then, so Keegan's stating here about killing 2 girls, what they said to me. They tried to say that I failed a polygraph and that I did it. Me or my dad. So you do understand how I kind of have a like of presence where like, wow, these guys are expletive artists. You get where I'm coming from. So Keegan is saying that these other officers were trying to pin these two murders on him for. Wow, this is crazy. I don't know. It's kind of hard to get a handle on Keegan and whether he's a master manipulator or he's a dumb guy that is also a liar or he's a dumb guy that's telling the truth. So now they talk about multiple devices again. More really hard to read descriptions of the videos. They asked him if he shared some of these. He says, no, never. We never talked about anything like that. So then they just continue going over. Every time he came over, you guys got high and he took your phone. No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't ever remember him having my phone. But if I'm passed out, you know what I mean? I don't know what someone's done. So is this his defense here, or is he kind of just grasping at straws because of all this? He just really feels like these people are trying to frame him. I'm not going to go into the exact details of the explanations of the videos and conversations here. These are just really disturbing. But, I mean, you can imagine. It's just really... I mean, the language here in use with minors is just obviously criminal, which is why they're after him. But it seems... I mean, it's unclear exactly to what extent they truly believe he's to what extent they truly believe he's guilty. Obviously, he's guilty of a ton of this, but are they also trying to pin things in addition to what they know he's guilty of that they're not sure he's guilty of? Or possibly even suspecting that he's not guilty, but they're just trying to get him for everything. Obviously, some police officers tend to do that. Then they ask him about Skype and video chats. He said, why would I video chat with someone if you know what I mean? I'm obviously not that person. So I guess they're talking about his fake accounts, etc., etc. And again, I'm not going to go into all the descriptions here. Then they start, again, making descriptions of 3 to 5-year-olds. His answer is, can I not hear this? And they're saying, I mean, this is on your phone again. This is on your phone. Inaudible answer, you're being charged with. His answer, I understand, but I mean, I don't want to hear that. Again, this is what you're being charged with. I understand, but I mean, I would rather not hear about that. You know what I mean? So it's unclear here whether he would rather not hear about it because he knows he did it or because he didn't do it. And that truly does disgust him in that age range, but apparently not in the, 14 to whatever age range, still minors. But it's unclear here. Is he being truthful about that? But again, I don't want to go through these descriptions. And then they start talking about a rental car in Vegas. I'm assuming they tracked the GPS and everything on the phone, so interesting. More descriptions here. I'm not going to go through these. So now they're talking about when they polygraphed him. So when you're done with the polygraph and you went home, you were done with the polygraph at 7:30. Okay, went back home at 9:19. You found the phone, right? Right. You found they had left the phone. Yeah, where'd you find it? It was in the kitchen somewhere. Okay, it was on top of the microwave, I think. On top of the microwave, yeah. Then what did you do? What do you mean? What did you do after you found your phone? I think... Pretty sure I had my dad call the State Department, or maybe I did. Inaudible. When did he do that? I think it was the next day, maybe. And I discussed this on previous episodes as well. Some people in the comment section were saying the police left the phone there as kind of a plant to see what he would do with it. And here he is being honest and just saying, oh, you forgot a phone. I mean, it is kind of, that whole phone situation is pretty weird. And then apparently they asked him, you went home, you uninstalled Snapchat, deleted it from the phone. Right after you uninstalled Instagram and deleted it from the phone. Then on the next day, the 26th, you uninstalled and deleted Meet Me from the phone. I'm assuming that's another app. I've never even heard of that app. Did he use that? That hasn't been discussed yet. Okay, right. And then they questioned him. You installed Snapchat again to make sure it got deleted. Everything got deleted. Then you deleted and uninstalled it again. And then it wasn't until 2 days later you called the state police and said, oh, hey, by the way. Well, I wasn't making sure it was deleted. I deleted the accounts. I deleted the Meet Me. I deleted all the accounts. Why'd you delete that? Answer, because, like you said, it was the most real wake-up call I ever had in my life. So, I mean, went home and deleted it. I deleted the Meet Me everything. Okay, and when you also knew the contents of everything on there would be removed as well? Well, I guess, yeah, I mean, I didn't know that, but... So, wait, is he denying... Okay, so he's denying that he deleted everything on the phone? He's saying only deleted certain apps. And here he's saying they asked him, you admitted to talking to girls that were underage. He says yes. Snapchat and Instagram, right? And all of the other inaudible. That was, okay, getting rid of all the accounts before you turned it into law enforcement. No, not really, because honestly, yeah, honestly, that's what happened. I'm telling you, the officer's telling him this. Honestly, no, it was I did it, and then I thought about it, and I was like, if they know I have another phone, that's going to look real bad on me. Okay, then he said something inaudible. All right, so some weird timelines with deleting all the stuff on the phone, then turning it back in. Here's another statement regarding the younger children. He says, I mean, like the girls I would talk to, 13 to whatever, yeah. I would talk to them, but yeah, none of the little kid stuff or any of the Dropbox or no, I had no clue any of that was on my phone, and I have no knowledge of ever sending Dropbox to anyone. So again, he's being interviewed here without a lawyer. So make of that what you will. He's signing for warrantless searches, and he's saying he has no clue about anything about all of the much younger kids they're telling him about. And then they go around and around regarding that. They also keep talking about the guy that supposedly was present at his house and whether or not he accesses stuff that Klein said he might have been passed out. So when he's passed out, he can't really say what other people are doing with his devices. They're talking about an 18-year-old now sending him nude photos. Then they ask him if he's been to a brothel. So you go to the brothel, mostly tell him. I'm guessing they have his movements here. You go to the bunny ranch, right, with your dad. And he answers, well, I'm not watching my dad expletive someone. What do you mean? That's like a professional place. So I guess he's not admitting to going there with his dad. Okay, what about redacted? Yeah, of course. So your friends, I mean, just your dad, just have that. Yeah, that's weird. I wouldn't do it with my dad. No, that's weird. Then he asked him if you guys are going to strip clubs together. It's unclear whether they're referring to him and his dad or him and the redacted friend, but I guess the officers are insinuating that it's him and his dad. Then they're asking why would some of his dad's account information be on the same phones? His response is, 'cause Chrysler. I have to do his Upwork and stuff like that. There's a bunch of stuff that he had to fill out for Chrysler and stuff. He's not good with inaudible. So is he saying his dad is not good with computers and that he had to do his work stuff for him on his phones and that's why his dad's info is also on the phones? Wow, okay. Did your dad have access to your phones and use them? No, I mean, like, here's my phone. It's not like he would be like, take my phone and never use it. Right. So similar to what you would do with redacted, you'd say here. Yeah, right. Okay. If they needed to call someone, I would give them my phone, I mean. Okay. But then they ask if his dad would be allowed to do that. And he said, talking like hours at a time. No, my dad wouldn't even be allowed to do that. I wouldn't let my dad have my phone for long periods of time or nothing like that. I have to do my dad's work on his computer or on my phone on his thing, you know what I mean? Like, you have my email, you can search uplink on Keegan Klein Hotmail right now and see all that. It's Chrysler stuff. I mean, does it sound like he's really trying to be helpful? I mean, he's admitting certain things relatively openly. I don't know. This is all very, very weird. So they're asking, so will you give a friend complete 110% access to your phone and your accounts? No. Okay, so it looks like they're trying to trip him up because they're saying, oh, you just said you would do that. Then he said, I never said that, because then they asked if he would let a friend use his phone. Obviously, that's not the same thing as giving them full access. They ask if anybody knows his passcode. Does your dad know your passcode? No. Because again, this doesn't make sense to me. So a friend that you have, you'll give him your passcode, which contains, full access to your phone. Right. So I guess he did say his friend had his passcode. I mean, this is all weird. He also says, I let redacted use my phone for Amazon. Then they're asking, okay, so you would let a friend complete access, but not your dad. His answer is, I mean, it's my dad. I don't know. What do you mean? He answers something inaudible, saying exactly what you said, like there's stuff on there that I would never want my dad to see. So I guess he's thinking he's referring, I guess he's referring to the older teens or whatever here, because that's what he admitted. What do you mean you had a bad relationship with your dad in the past? Well, like, we always get in arguments and stuff growing up and stuff, but about what? My dad is like, he has a real short temper, so he would always freak out on me, literally anything, like literally anything. Give me an example so I can understand better. Like I slammed his door too hard on his truck. His truck door. Oh, yeah. So I'm mowing the lawn and I accidentally have it pointed towards his vehicle or something. Like the blower or whatever, rock or something, grass. Well, little things like that don't even matter. He would just inaudible. What would his reaction be? He'd just yell at me and stuff, And then what would you do? We'd be in that whole, like, for a day, we'd be like, I don't want to talk to him type argument. Then the officer switches to what's on the phone. You're still not understanding. There has to be more than that you wouldn't let him have. His answer, like you said, there's pictures and stuff on my phone. I would never want my dad to come across any of that ever in my life. Then they ask about redacted to come across such things. I don't know if this is his girlfriend or his friend here because the name is redacted here. No, but I would much rather it be someone like that than my dad. You know what I mean? Okay, so they just go on and on. He says also, after this, he'll never talk to me again. Then the officer asks, he obviously knew in 2017. Keegan says, no, he didn't. I never told him. They said, no, but we did. And he says, oh, you did? Yeah. You talked to him and everything. Well, we, not as in us, but law enforcement did. And they even told you that. Before you left for your polygraph, she told you, hey, just to let you know, we told your dad all of this. He answers, I don't remember her saying that. Again, is this just a case of Keegan Kline just being a pathological liar and lying about everything? Or is he being honest about everything? Or is he being honest about certain things, not other things? Is he a criminal mastermind genius? Or is he just that stupid? It's kind of hard to make heads or tails here. Or if he's done that much drugs, as he says. Do we even know if that's true? Has anyone corroborated any of this hard drug use that he's claiming and being passed out and all that? Has that left his brain fried where he himself doesn't even know what's true and what's not true? They asked him when the last time he talked to his dad. He said, this morning. He came to my apartment this morning. How often would you say you see him? Oh, every few weeks. Okay. He says he also never brought that stuff up. He says, if you were in my shoes, okay, imagine you get home from Las Vegas, you're on a trip, everything's went, you get home and you look outside and you see SWAT everywhere, police coming up with guns and stuff. So the other thing that doesn't kind of make sense, so they were tracking him this whole time, so they knew when he was going to come home for this SWAT operation. Then they asked, how was your Vegas trip? He answers, it was great. The officer says, drunk fest, and inaudible. He says, yeah, no, I'm not really a big drinker because I have seizures and stuff. So I don't like drinking a lot. But, it was fun. It was super cool. And you know what I mean? And then I get taken down there. They tell me I killed 2 people. I failed the polygraph because I'm freaking out. And you know what I mean? I already have anxiety like crazy. Why does he have anxiety like crazy? Then they're talking about traumatic situations and how difficult things are to remember, etc., etc. They ask him if he forgot about certain things because of the trauma. Then he said, no, I don't, honestly. I don't remember viewing anything of anyone younger than 13, probably. He also says I couldn't tell you one name of anyone that I talked to. Did you know any of the people that you talked to? No, I don't think so. Then they're asking everyone you spoke to, all these girls that were younger than 18, you met them all on Meet Me. Yeah. What about Instagram, Facebook? His answer, I don't remember ever really talking to anyone on Instagram, but I could have. But it was all mostly on Meet Me. Is it obvious that he's blatantly lying about all this at this point? Because apparently they do have those Instagram messages, unless we are to believe that he just created the account and then other people used them. I mean, is it possible, if this is a ring involved, that they kind of just hired him as the tech guy and he set up these accounts and then he barely used them and mostly just used this Meet Me account, which I haven't even heard discussed until this? Then the officer says, I know last year the video, and I know you said that if you had met someone on Instagram or something, you would kick them to Snapchat. His response, I don't even know. Yeah, I mean, that probably sounds right, though. Huh. Okay, this is getting kind of weird. The officer says, you did tell him that you did know a couple of the girls in real life, they just didn't know who you were. You actually tell him that in the interview. His response, yeah, I don't remember any of the girls. Officer says, but you said there were some people that you legitimately knew. His response, right. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't know. I'm sure there was. I don't remember, though. I mean, there were so many people that I talked to. I don't remember anyone in person, though, ever. Maybe people that I knew or something, maybe. I don't know. Wow. Then they ask, he said he went to school with one of them. He says, yeah. Okay, whatever, yeah. Okay, so this is just more of the same. I mean, this is just a lot of scrambling. It looks like they're just trying to get him to trip up, like asking tricky questions, going back and forth. I mean, it's really rough. I mean, they go through personal details of like what's his normal day like, what time he usually gets up, what's going on in Vegas. I mean, I don't know how much of this is I mean, I just really don't know how much of this could be honest or not honest, because at times he appears honest, at other times, I mean, can he generally not remember? Again, if he's done all this hard drugs, I mean, does he himself not even remember what he did, who he talked to? And I mean, you would think that a traumatic, like if he was actually responsible for murder or something like that, I mean, it seems unlikely that he would forget that. I mean, it's just weird, unless his drug use is so severe. They bring up all these messages. He said he doesn't remember these, like text messages using the Anthony Shots account. Then they're saying here, okay, so this is page 136 now. Well, they talk about him lying to them a whole bunch. What's a fact? Who remembers what? Okay. Then they throw this out there. So just like talking to Liberty German is a fact. He says, right. Officer says, okay, Anthony Shots communicated with Liberty German, and it's a fact that it wasn't just for a few hours at a sleepover. In your own admission that you said in the interview, it is a fact on audio recorded and video recorded interview. You said, well, we never sent any pictures, and then the very next couple sentences you said, well, I knew they were at a sleepover because they sent pictures to me. His response is, yeah, she didn't. Her friend did. Right. So you knew they were there. I mean, you had said that she had sent a picture. I remember this specifically, inaudible. Again, that's a fact. I'm not trying to catch you. That's a fact. He responds, right. Officer says, okay, just like it's a fact that you were communicating to her multiple days at a time, just like the other girls that you were talking to, including up to the day that she went missing right before. And what I want to know is, you would communicate with her on what? The iPhone 5 was your primary device? Yeah. That's a fact. Okay, what other devices would you communicate with her on? I don't know. I have no clue of even talking to... And then he gets interrupted. What other devices would you communicate with anybody else on that time? The iPhone. Yeah. Officer says this. Okay, well, on February 13th, this would have been logged in a little bit earlier, so that would have been 8 o'clock in the morning at your house. Redacted, okay, where you and your dad lived. 2 separate devices. See the numbers here, how they're the same? Log in, log out, log in, log out. 1 device. Log in, log out, all within minutes of each other, to the same Anthony Shot Snapchat account. What 2 devices were these? This is a fact. So they're saying that 2 different devices at his house both logged in and out of the Anthony Shots account. Interesting. Is it possible? I mean, is it beyond the realm of possibility that him and his father are both using the Anthony Shots account, but he doesn't know that his father is using it? He responds, yeah, I don't, inaudible. It had to be the Samsung Galaxy then or something. They're asking him, this is the exact same snap, this is the Anthony Shots account. Yeah, but I'm saying, then they're asking two different devices. And he answers mine and then using another phone at the same time. Talking, you know what I mean. Yeah, but why would you do that? I mean to talk to more girls. So he's saying he's using two different devices at the same exact time. That's weird. So he's logging in and out on two different devices. They're just going around in circles with this. I mean, I don't know. I guess that's kind of weird. Okay. Then he said one of them had a cracked screen real bad because I sat on it. Okay. That's weird, though, because if that one's busted, why would he... I mean, I don't know. Okay. So then the officer says, okay, another fact then. You said I did not talk to anyone about them missing. About the girls being missing. His response, right. Questioning him, okay, Snapchat return. You had talked to one of her friends who had said to you... He asked, who was I talking to? That you were talking to the whole time. That's who I remember. Yes, correct. They don't say a name here, though. Right. Question, she said, did you hear about Liberty? You respond on Anthony Shots, OMG, what happened? That's talking to someone about the two girls that were missing and then wound up dead. His response here, right, I guess you're right, yeah. So he seems to be really nonchalant about being caught in these lies as well. I mean, but then he admitted it in this instance, but then in other... I mean, it's kind of weird. Like, it's really kind of weird to get his benchmarks because he's admitting that he lied here, but in other cases he's not. I mean, this is just really weird. Okay, the law enforcement questioning continues. Okay, same person or the girl that you were talking to says that Anthony Shots was meeting up with Liberty German. Wait a second. The same person or the girl that you were talking to says that Anthony Shots was meeting up with Liberty German. They say that's the facts. And he responds here, that's a total lie, a total lie. That's a total expletive lie. Wow, okay. It's not, and then they're saying it's a fact. He says it's not a fact. Officer says, same conversation of the OMG what happened. Anthony Schott says, yeah, we were supposed to meet, but she never showed up. Wow, I mean, this is quite mind-shocking if this is true, if these are not the officers lying to him, and even if it is true, is someone else using his account? But he's saying he did use the account with both phones. I mean, unless, again, his father used it without his knowledge. He responds here, that's an expletive lie, that's a damn lie. And then the officer says, how do you know, how can you? He responds, because I know for a fact I did not ever talk to. They interrupt him, so how do you know? No, hang on, because you don't know a lot of things about all this stuff, but all of a sudden you know for 100% fact. And he responds, because I didn't expletive murder someone, yeah, so I know. Then they go back and forth with him, who and what is, who is implying what and how. The officer said, okay, interesting here. The officer saying, now listen to me, I can honestly sit here and I'm telling you, I do not believe that you killed Liberty or Inaudible. He responds, okay, thank you. Officer says, I can tell you that to you right now. He responds, thank you. Okay. And then the officer says, but you need to tell me who was logging into these accounts. And he says, like I told you before, I do not know. I told you I logged in from two different phones. I had two different phones. So who was talking to the other girl that you were supposed to meet, Libby? I don't remember ever saying that. Now you don't remember again. Is it possible? I mean, yeah, who else was there? If his father wasn't there, someone else was there at the house? I mean, what are the options here? The officer says here, you remember certain things, and then certain things you don't remember. It's awfully convenient, Keegan. It's really convenient. Then they ask him about a different redacted. He said he went to school with him, and that he was friends with his sister. Who's that redacted? Did you date her? No, I was really good friends with her, though. Okay, a whole bunch of other redacted, stepmoms, cousins, little sisters, brothers, bunch of redacteds. So, wow. Okay, so it looks like they're just fishing for who else could it have been at his house. And who was talking to the Anthony Shots account. The officer says, and so they're talking about redacted. Oh, and he admits this. Wow. Okay. So the officer says, so a person associated with that family of redacted, who they were talking to, directly associated with that family, was talking to Anthony Shots. His response, right, probably redacted, had to be. That's weird, because before he's saying he didn't know the people he was talking to. Now all of a sudden he's saying probably redacted had to be. Officer says, and was looking to hook up with Anthony Shots, so she gives an address to Anthony Shots because she's coming home after school and she wants to hook up because her parents are not home after school for a couple of hours. Keegan says, who's that, redacted? Response, someone associated with the redacted family. Okay. This girl associated with the redacted family gets off the school bus and there's a guy with a ski mask peering in her bedroom window. Wow. Keegan says, okay, so you're trying to say that's me or something. Officer says, no, I'm not saying it's you. I'm just saying there's another coincidence that we have a girl talking to the Anthony Shots account and then she gives an address to Anthony Shots because she wants to hook up with him. Keegan responds, see, I don't even remember her ever giving me an address. Officer says, she did, and she did in fact, and there was actually a police report filed because she comes from school, sees this guy with a ski mask looking in her bedroom window directly after giving this address to Anthony Shots. As a matter of fact, that's the incident that started everything last time. That's how everything started last time, was that incident. Keegan's response, that's crazy. Wow. Okay, now they're saying, on top of that, you searched about the redacted on February 19th, 2017. What do you mean I searched? Officer says, the day before that happened, your phone shows that you searched the redacted family. What do you mean? Officer says, I'm telling you, your phone searched. Keegan asks, like on Facebook or something? Officer says, uh-huh. Right, okay, another coincidence. The officer asks. Keegan responds, yeah, I see what you're trying to put together, but I swear to God I was not looking in someone's expletive. I guess he's about to say house, and the officer says, we didn't say that. Keegan says, will you stop? You are implying that I know what you're trying to do, but I'm telling you I was never in a ski mask looking in her expletive house. No. Officer says, inaudible. He responds, I've known them. I could literally call Redacted's dad right now and go over there. And the officer says, but they do not know you're Anthony Shots. Keegan responds, exactly, but I'm saying if I wanted to get her or whatever, I would expletive just go over there. The officer says, but she wouldn't give it to Keegan. But she would give it to, I guess he's about to say the Anthony Shots account. Keegan responds, she would though. She told me before that she liked me. That's the whole reason why I would try to talk to her, because I knew she liked me. That doesn't mean I'm in a ski mask at her expletive house. Officer responds, inaudible, and then I see what you're so concerned about. What were you so concerned about when you're in Vegas, or let's even go before you were in Vegas, about being somehow connected to Liberty German? He responds, because I talked to her friend on the phone. Then they're talking about the searches and how he was very concerned. Keegan responded, yeah, I'm concerned. What do you mean someone gets killed around us? I'm concerned, yes. Do you know that when you gave your polygraph, you said Liberty, like, what's her name? I don't remember her name. And then after you spent all that time reading over it. Keegan responds, because my brain is going crazy. What do you mean? Officer says, what I mean is there's no way you didn't know what her name was. And you sitting there, inaudible, that Liberty whatever her name is, inaudible, your polygraph. Keegan responds, I don't remember that. Officer says, and before the polygraph, you're looking up articles about it. Even before you guys went to Vegas. You guys are, foul play suspected, inaudible. He responds a bunch of more inaudibles, then he responds, that's crazy. He's saying it would make sense that I would because it's in my community. Inaudible, then the officer says, it makes sense for us to question you about looking that up when you're one of the last people to ever speak to her before she wound up dead. Or, excuse me, Anthony Schatz was one of the last, the Anthony Schatz account. Interesting, because is this a Freudian slip by the police officer? Because he's saying they don't believe that he did it. Are they saying, how do they know definitive? If they believe someone else is using his phone, how do they believe all of this definitively on who's using the phone when then? This is all very, very strange. Interesting. So then the officer mentions this internet server, the murder of JonBenet Ramsey, O.J. Simpson after that. Why that? Keegan responds, those are unsolved cases. What do you mean? The officer says, how'd you know? I mean, and then Keegan responds, how do I know they're the most popular? No, I'm saying, how do you know this case was going to be unsolved? Because this was a few days. He responds, because they put out the pictures of him. They put out a picture of him on the bridge and a voice. Not right away, they didn't. Wait, what's going on here? Wait, this is weird. I guess the officers let him roll with that? Yes, he responds, Keegan says, yeah, someone murdered someone and they have pictures of them or their voice. I'm going to look to see if I know that person. Like, why? What do you mean? The guy's on there telling everyone, the state guy or the state police department guy's on there telling everyone, if you know anyone that looks like this or anything, call in. The officer says, what we want to know is who had access to the Anthony Schatz account. He responds, me. The other officer asks, on 2 different devices, yes. At the same time, yeah. So if you are the sole owner of that account, the only one that had access to it, Keegan says, I mean, on those days, that just looks like me logging into one of my phones. I was logged in on that phone. I logged out, logged in on my other phone. That's what that looks like. So he's admitting to using 2 phones and having 2 phones here. So you were the one that sent pictures to her. And then he says, I mean, if I have to question the sleepover, you're the one that talked to her all that weekend. So I'm guessing they're insinuating these are multiple conversations. And you're the one that talked to her, one of the last people to talk to her before she was murdered. That's what you're telling me. Keegan's response is, I guess. Yeah, I mean, right. Then he's saying that's not the only girl he talked to. Okay. They just go back and forth with just how it looks. Officer asks, all right, your current girlfriend, is friends on Facebook with one of Liberty's ex-boyfriends. One of Liberty's ex-boyfriends? So Liberty had multiple ex-boyfriends? Small town USA, right? So there's still stuff that you know that maybe like if we were in Chicago or something, you'd look at and okay, that it's right, okay. Then small town USA, you know the redacteds. Right. Okay, so there's a sleepover at a redacted residence, and that's, the whole thing with Liberty when she was speaking to Anthony Schatz. They were at the redacteds, and here we are, they're at the redacteds, and this is the redacteds family, the family of the redacted. Oh, wow. Okay. Then they ask him, okay, so they think Anthony Schatz is this rich, hot guy, like she's completely in love with Anthony Schatz. Keegan responds, right. Officer says, so this account that you set up, and I'm sure that you've seen our social media had said something like, waiting for Peter Pan to come, and it was like almost like a little hanging fruit statement for someone that would target girls. You probably see that and think this is going to be an easy target. Keegan responds, I don't get what you mean. Officer says, what more of a targeting thing, right? Like a more, maybe you didn't go into that depth. I don't know how much depth you went into looking for girls you wanted to get nude images from as Anthony Schatz. Inaudible, just like buckshot method and see who comes back. But regardless, she bought the story. She bought the account. So we have a friend saying that she knew that she was trying to meet up with Anthony Schatz. Keegan says, see, I don't remember ever saying to meet up with me, though. Officer says, okay, but I'm telling you, this is what we had. He responds, right, yeah, inaudible. Officer says, we have that. Right, we have that, right. We have multiple device logins from your house. Right. Officer says, redacted for a Snapchat account within minutes of one another. Right. Officer says, okay, we have the day that you gave your polygraph and your interview. You were steadfast. I met them in the beginning of February, like the 1st or 2nd. You were steadfast. You never came off that. I never spoke to her beyond February 1st or 2nd. And the guy says, look, we know you spoke to her the day she was murdered. The day she was murdered? You said absolutely not. I blocked her. She was annoying me after the 1st or 2nd, right? We have these images. You saying that's not you. What you inaudible, that's a nude. What are you for? We have these grooming pictures. We have the money, the Anthony Shots money account going to her. What money? Right? So it starts to stack after a while. I mean, small town USA, independent of each other. I don't know if they're using money as in we have the money, as if like we have the evidence. He just responds, right. Officer says, yeah, but then it starts to stack, right? We have the Kick Messenger messages with all of these my daddy references. Right. With regardless of what you say, there are two different authors of those images. Regardless of what you say, right? They're not both you. They're both your devices, but the phrasing's different. It changes. It is not the same person. So we know we have multiple account logins with Snapchat. We have two different people using Kick Messenger talking to people from your residence. I mean, all that's 100% sure. We know it. We know it for a fact. So remove yourself from it, inaudible XBS, and trying to pick out every individual piece, it starts to stack. It just keeps stacking. The phone, your phone that you had, all your search history was deleted from February 10th to 15th. There's nothing in between. So now what's interesting about that is all those other phones have complete histories. Nothing's gone. He answers, okay. Officer continues, so during the time frame where this grooming would have been built up to meeting, it's gone. It's wiped away from your phone. But your other devices are complete. So now it all starts to stack. The complexity of your Anthony Shots persona. The cars, the influence of Lamborghinis, Ferraris. He just responds, yeah. Officer says, it's not you. It's not your idea. You and I both know it's not your idea. He responds. Keegan says, what do you mean? That's not my idea to take pictures of money and stuff and send them to people? Officer says, the complexity of it, okay, it's not just you. Keegan states, I don't know. Officer asks, is it? Keegan responds, I mean, like I said, the only other person that had access to my phone is him. That's literally it. I don't know if him is his redacted friend or his dad here. I don't know. Not at this time. I promise you, not any time. Not in Vegas. Right, not in Vegas. When you're searching nonstop about the Delphi investigation when you're supposed to be on a vacation, when you're still actually sending Snapchats to Liberty when you know she's dead. Wait, what? Keegan says, I don't ever remember doing that. The officer says, well, I'm telling you you did. That's a fact. He responds, inaudible. Keegan says, like, that could be me sending the messages to a ton of people. Like on Snapchat, I would do that all the time, send them to 40, 50 people. Is that like a group message type thing? I don't know. I don't use any of those apps. Can you send a group message to 40, 50 people at a time? So he just forgot to remove her from like a giant list or something? Okay. He says, I literally have no clue. Then they ask him, let me ask you, why would you, after you failed the polygraph about knowing about Delphi investigation, come home, delete your Snapchat and your Instagram, which you used to communicate with Libby, and then you searched how long does DNA last? Why would you do that? Okay, this is really weird. So he claimed to have not known about the Delphi. So is he just dumb? Is he dumb, and did he really commit this crime? Because he's also talking here without a lawyer this whole time. He consented to a warrantless search, and then he went into a polygraph and knowingly lied, supposedly, about not knowing about the Delphi investigation. Now he admitted that he did know about it here, and he knew who Liberty German was. Okay, so the officers asked him the question. He searched, how long does DNA last? Why would you do that? Keegan responds, I have no clue. I don't know. Probably because they DNA tested me. Officer says, right. Keegan said, so they obviously have DNA on that body, because why else would they DNA test me? Officer says, so why would you worry about your DNA being on that body? Keegan answers, I wouldn't. Officer asks, then why'd you search? Keegan responds, inaudible, common question. That's just a common thing to freak out about, like why, you know what I mean? Officer asks, no, I don't, because you're giving DNA. Keegan responds, right, so you obviously know I didn't do it. The officer asks, right. Keegan says, yeah. Officer asks, right, but then you're starting to think inaudible. Bunch more inaudibles. Are they thinking that he thinks it's his father, so he's kind of searching that because of his father or his friend? Huh. Why would you care how long DNA lasts? What if it lasts 100 years? Why would it matter to you? If it was on the body, then it would matter, right? But you know 110% your DNA wouldn't be there, right? Keegan responds, right. So why would it matter how long it lasts? Keegan responds, because I wondered if the person had DNA on their body, if they actually knew who the person was. Officer says, that doesn't make sense. Keegan asks, how doesn't it? The officer says, because it doesn't. It doesn't. Keegan responds, because in my mind, I'm thinking these people think I killed someone, so if they actually have DNA on the body, they're going to know that I didn't do it. But if there's no DNA on the body, then it's obvious that, like, okay, that's weird. Actually, that kind of does make sense, because if the DNA doesn't last very long, then they wouldn't be able to rule him out, and they would continue bothering him. So I guess that kind of makes sense. Then they talk about the whole thing stacking. Keegan responds, I literally have no clue how that girl died. I don't know anything to do with it. Yeah, that is a weird-ass coincidence that I happened to talk to her. Like, I get that. Officer asks, and then we go again. Something else that stacks on top of this is when you talk to investigators. I mean, this is fresh in your mind. You just got back from Vegas. You've been nonstop searching this stuff. You've been talking about it with other girls that knew Libby. You have been searching it before you went to Vegas. And then you tell investigators, I was with my dad all day. We went to Grandma and Grandpa's at noon. Keegan responds, no, I told them I didn't know. What? I mean, I don't ever leave. So, like, yeah, I'm probably out at his house, really. But I mean, I don't remember everything I did. And they're just reminding him of what he said in the interview. You said either 12 or 2 or 12 to 3, then you came back home. That's what you said. Right. That's not a I don't remember. That's a what you said, right? Keegan responds, no, because he was like, hey, you really need to think about this. Then the officer says, your phone does not line up to that. And again, that's another fact. I don't have to remember it. Keegan says, okay, where was my phone at? Please tell me. Officer says, it was at your residence. Keegan responds, redacted all day because I don't ever leave there. Until when? Officer, you went somewhere near your grandparents' house, but you did not go to your grandparents' house. Interesting. So the officers are stating that, I guess by his GPS phone tracking or whatever, that he didn't actually go to his grandparents' house. Keegan responds, redacted. Redacted's house. That's the only other place I go. He sold me weed. That's literally the only place I go. So why lie? Inaudible. Several times. Keegan responds, I don't. I didn't think I ever lied, but I'm saying if I left my house on that day, it was to my grandparents or to redacteds. I mean, this guy's faulty memory is just so faulty. Officer said, you said in an interview, audio recorded to 2 law enforcement officers, including an FBI agent. Right. You said I was here at home from this time to this time, and then I went to my grandparents, and then we went right back home, and I was with my dad the entire time. Done. That's what you said. Wow. Then Keegan throws this at the officer. Where were you last Monday at 7:45 p.m.? So Keegan, I mean, is someone who's really intimidated, would they be throwing that question at an officer? I mean, he can't be that intimidated if he's throwing this in the face of the officer. Interesting. What does that mean? The officer responds, probably at home, but a gay. And then Keegan says, okay, I was probably at home. Then he asks again, okay, where were you Monday at 7:45? Officer says, Keegan, this isn't about me. Keegan's saying, you get what I'm saying, though? People don't remember every little thing about life. Okay, they go back and forth with that. Where the grandparents live, okay. Then officer says, I understand that you connected to a Wi-Fi source that was in that house. Keegan said, no, I did not. I'm telling you 1000% I don't go anywhere besides Redacted's and my grandma's. So why would you tell investigators that you went there when you didn't? Keegan said, because he was like, where do you ever go? That's the only places I go. I don't know what I was doing on that day 2 weeks ago. I don't no. It's like if someone asked me right now, what were you doing 2 weeks ago on a Monday? I have not the slightest clue. Inaudible. The officer says, so then with your logic, then back then when you said that maybe you weren't with your dad all day. Keegan says, right. Could it be possible? Keegan says, yeah, I mean, the only time I ever really left my dad was when I would go to Redacted's really and get weed. That's about it. So he cannot provide a consistent alibi for his father. Very interesting. He also says he didn't have a car. Then they keep talking about Redacted. He's one of your best friends. I mean, he's a good friend, yeah. Interesting. The officer said, how come when you rattled off your list of friends you'd known previously, you omitted Redacted? I'm assuming this is the same Redacted he buys weed from. But he's saying he's a good friend of mine. Wow, now the officer says, so yeah, you gave him a list of your friends twice when they interviewed you previously, and you completely omitted Redacted. You didn't even mention him. And even today, you still haven't mentioned Redacted, and you even asked me why when I asked you. This is not looking good for Keegan here. Wow, this is crazy. Wow, this is getting real crazy. Keegan responds, because there's a reason why you don't. There's a reason why. Don't you look up Redacted, Indiana? Look that up. No, tell me why. I have no idea. Keegan responds, because he's a drug dealer big time. I don't want my name associated with someone that sells pounds of weed. I don't want that. I don't want to say that, and then the Peru Police Department be like, okay, well, he messes with someone that you know sells large amounts of weed. Let's watch him. Let's arrest him. You just said, Inaudible, but you just said Redacted sells you weed and you're fine with associating with him. He responds, I mean, Redacted don't have no weed, and I don't really. Inaudible. You said he sells you weed. Yeah, but I'm saying, like, Inaudible, but you associate with him. An ounce is a lot different than a pound. The cops aren't going to come raid his house over an ounce of weed. So he's basically afraid that he would lead the cops to this drug dealer. But now he finally, I guess they brought up the name, and Keegan admitted that he knew him. This is all kind of weird. Then he's saying he blew him off in Vegas. Okay, all right, this is really weird. So did Keegan get into some kind of mess or trouble with drug dealers, and did that somehow intersect with people he was talking to or allowing to use his phone? Because they're asking him all these questions about this guy that he buys weed from. They keep asking him if he's protecting somebody. Then Keegan asks, you think I know who killed them? The officer says, absolutely. Keegan responds, oh my God. Officer asks, absolutely, because, and you know why I know that? Keegan says this, well, you're obviously terrible at your job. If you really honestly think that, you're absolutely terrible at your job, sir. I'm sorry to say that. Oh, wow. Okay, so Keegan does not seem to be intimidated here. I mean, at least we have that bit of info from this interview. I mean, if there's one thing that we can clearly determine, it seems to be that Keegan Kline is not intimidated by these officers, although he did throw in that sir there when he's saying he's absolutely terrible at his job. They ask him again, do you know who killed those girls? No. Officer says, hang on, I'm not literally asking you right now. Do you know for sure who killed those girls? No. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, you did say no both times in your polygraph, and guess what? That was deception. So I guess the officers are saying here that or at least they're either lying about him failing that part of the question or they're not. But they're stating to him here that he failed the question of whether or not he knew for sure who killed them. Keegan responds, hey, a lot of people fail those lie detectors. What are you talking about? Why do you think that? Because they can't use those in court. There's a reason that you can't use a polygraph in court, because people fail like me who have anxiety problems that are freaking out. Officer says, but those people that fail for other cases or whatever you're referencing weren't talking to the victim of a crime the day of, weren't grooming them. Keegan says, O.J. Simpson, yes, he was. Officer says, well, you looked that up too? Yeah, I know about, what do you mean? Keegan asks, you don't know who O.J. Simpson is? But Keegan really does not seem to be intimidated here. I think that's the only really major takeaway, because all of this other inconsistency is really weird. He does also seem to be afraid of this drug dealer, or pretending to be. Then Keegan says, you can come in here and literally talk for 24 hours straight. I don't know anything about that, referencing to the meetup on the high bridge. Then they're asking why he remembers other things so perfectly. He responds because he's making money, or referencing to weed. Okay. They go back in they go in circles over all of this regarding the weed. Officer asks, who are you afraid of to tell me that was using the Anthony Shots account? Keegan responds, nobody. I told you redacted. That's the only other person that could have had my phone. That's literally it. Officer said, not in Vegas. Keegan responds, okay. Officer asks, he's not talking to Liberty, question mark. Keegan responds, I don't remember talking to them. So who was? Who was them? Keegan responds, I don't know. Obviously it was me, but I don't remember it. You know what I mean? I just don't remember talking to him. Wow. Okay. They pretty much just keep going back in circles about why they're having trouble believing him and all of the evidence stacked against him and how everything looks. Then they also bring up, you tell investigators you only talked to her once and then you blocked her. This is regarding Liberty. And Keegan responds, that's what I remember. Inaudible, Keegan also says, but that's what I'm saying in my memory, that's what happened. I don't remember ever talking to her like that. Why do you have altered memory? I feel that you feel somewhat responsible. Keegan says, for what? Officer says, for them dying. Keegan responds, why would I feel responsible for something I know nothing about? What do you mean? Then they go back and forth about the searching again. What does it all mean? Is he lying? This is a long interview. It looks like they're just trying to break him, but he's clearly not. He's just really does not seem intimidated here. I don't know what to make of this. Officer says again, right before she died, we have witness statements that talked to Anthony Shots that said they were talking about meeting up, even to the point so far that she said Anthony Shots told her when they said, oh my God, what happened? Hey, I was supposed to meet her, but she didn't show up. That's evidence. Keegan says, I don't think I ever said that. Here's another thing, too. Is it possible if somebody's not responsible, but they're trying, for whatever reason, attention-seeking or whatever, they just say they were supposed to meet up with her and then she doesn't show? To make them more, to insert themselves into the case to make them seem important? Or, I don't know. If these are really deranged people, do they think that seems, I don't know. Is there a reason they would do that? Keegan says, I don't think I ever said that. The only person that used your phone for the Anthony Shots account was you. Keegan says, yeah, that doesn't mean I killed 2 people. I didn't say that, but you did sure tell her then that you were supposed to meet her and that she didn't show up, because that's the evidence. That's true fact evidence, okay? So let's just focus on that one minute detail. That conversation that happened that went back and forth, and again, I'll refresh your mind, where the girl contacted Anthony Shots and said, did you hear what happened to Liberty? And Anthony Shots responded, OMG, what happened? And then she goes and tells him what happened, and then Anthony Shots says, well, I was supposed to meet that girl, but she never showed up. So let's focus on that one conversation of evidence we know is true, and it doesn't matter if you remember or not. Keegan responds, right. But then who would have had access? Who would have said that if it wasn't you, who supposedly is the only one who had access to? Nobody. Nobody had access but me, so I don't know. What I'm saying is I don't remember saying that, but it had to be me if I'm the only person that uses it. So why would you say I was going to meet her, but she never showed up? Why would you say that? They just keep going back and forth with that, and he's saying he just doesn't remember. He's saying it must have been him, but he doesn't remember. Man, this is all weird. Keegan says, I told you for the last 30 minutes. I've told you. I'm not lying. I don't know anyone who did this. I didn't do this. I don't know anyone about the redacted. I don't know any of that. You just said you knew the redacteds. I'm saying I don't know who looked in her expletive window. I don't know anything about that. Officer says, what I'm telling you is we need to clear up the statement of Anthony Schatz. We need to do that because we can. Keegan responds, I said it 3 times now. I never remember saying that. Even if I said it, I don't remember saying it. And they're just saying they need to clear this up. He's saying, I don't know, does not clear it up. He responds, well, that's what you're going to get out of me because I really don't know. I don't remember saying that. That just goes to show you how serious, like I've talked to so many girls, I don't remember. I don't even remember saying that. They keep questioning about why he did all these extensive searches in Vegas regarding the Delphi murders. They ask him why he's picking and choosing the things he remembers. Wow. Okay. I mean, they just keep going in circles here for a while. Then they say they're going to take him to the county jail, and then he gets handcuffed here. All right, so that's what we have there. Really weird interview, but the one thing we can really tell for sure here, I mean, Keegan Kline is talking to them like someone not intimidating. I mean, like someone not intimidated. I mean, that much is clear. So, yeah, highly, highly interesting. And this just goes to show all of the discussion going on before this transcript was released. It looked to be pretty accurate regarding what the police were looking at him for. Certain details was all very accurate. So again, another instance where all these coincidence theorists, authority worshipping cultists, law enforcement apologists who criticize all the speculation online saying it's nothing but rumor, they're vindicated yet again. I mean, it's just curious how all these rumors, obviously not 100% of them, but a good portion turn out to be true, verified by actual transcripts. So, yeah, it's really, really interesting. I mean, a lot of clueless goofs just worship law enforcement, and they think any kind of discussion or even keeping up awareness through this discussion somehow should not be done. Nobody should be discussing rumors, etc., etc. I mean, obviously, awareness is how cases get solved. So, just goes to show, again, which I repeat many times, obviously 100% of rumors are not going to be true, but a certain percentage, in a lot of cases, they do turn out to be true. And that's why on Mindshock, we don't fall for any of these silly logical fallacies like appeal to authority or false dichotomies or any of that nonsense. All right, another thing we're going to go over is a retired FBI agent's take on this transcript. This is on wishtv.com. Retired FBI agent on Keegan Kline transcript. This interview looked to me a little bit like a Hail Mary. By Demi Johnson, posted March 25th, 2022. iTeammate continues to dig into the shocking discovery obtained by iTeammate surrounding the Delphi murders. It's a story we first reported Thursday that involves new evidence police might have in the deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German. On Friday, iTeammate discussed a 194-page interview transcript with a retired FBI agent. The transcript goes word by word through an interview with Keegan Kline, an Indiana State Police detective and a sheriff's deputy. Kline is the man in jail accused of creating a fake social media account to get sexual pictures and videos of underage girls. That's the same account state police are investigating in Abby and Libby's murders. As News 8 first told you Thursday, the interview includes Kline admitting he communicated with Abby. Kline and state police also talked about a polygraph test that Kline says he failed. Retired FBI Special Agent in Charge Michael Tabman said he isn't sure this interview will do much for the investigation. It is good to know when someone is lying, but in this case, it didn't seem to have any impact on the suspect, and honestly, I don't know where you go from here in terms of an interview, in that you've kind of already shown your hand unless you really do develop new evidence, said Tabman. iTeammate asked Tabman, you saw the transcript. When you read the transcript, did you think that they were interviewing a suspect, or did you think that they were just fishing? Now, his response here is actually interesting. Little bit of both. This guy clearly is a suspect no matter what. The fact that he was communicating with this victim under illegal and indecent reasons, then this person's dead, certainly makes him a suspect. This interview looked to me a little bit like a Hail Mary. Let's just go out there and see if we can't pressure him into it and keep pointing out that we know when he's lying, Tadman said. Tadman said it's important to note he doesn't know every detail the Delphi investigative team knows. Tadman said he is sharing observation based on his time and experience in the FBI. The interview also gives the first public indication that police believe two people used the Anthony Shots account. Tadman said the interview is clear police are looking for someone else who used the account. He said now that the transcript is out that the other person likely knows and the investigators need a new plan of action. Klein has not been charged in Abby and Libby's murders. In fact, no one has been arrested in the case. I'm also going to read an interesting comment here on L. Saw's YouTube video, Libby and Abby Delphi Part 1 Tarot Reading. 6 months ago, someone posted this. So this is before any of the leaks here. I haven't looked into this case much, but one of my friends is very psychic. He is in different ways. He is a natural remote viewer and more for over 50 years. He said it's also corrupt in Delphi. He said Bridge Guy was Keegan, who would have been 20 that day, and herded the girls to others. Liberty German was the target, and Abigail Williams was with her friend. He said it was anger and revenge against the father, Derek German, for being a police informant against Ashley. Ashley went to jail and lost custody of her child. Garrett was her boyfriend and lived in her apartment while Ashley was in jail. Also, Garrett met Nicole. Later, Garrett lured Nicole to a place where she was attacked and in a fight against Ashley. Garrett put Nicole in a headlock and was killed by Garrett and Ashley. Nicole was believed to want to tell law enforcement about Garrett killing Ray. Ray was posed sexually. Garrett is known to pose his victims sexually. And there is so much more and more players in all this. I could look into it, including dreamwalking, but I just don't want to, since others like my great friend probably already has. It is so bad I could not live in Delphi. Justice for the victims. Okay, so when was Keegan Klein's name first made public? Because this was posted 6 months ago here, and it was not edited. Now, unless this is some kind of YouTube glitch where it was edited and it's not showing up as edited, I don't know. I mean, this is curious. This is very curious. So this video itself was posted July 6, 2021, and this comment 6 months ago regarding the psychic, he said Bridge Guy was Keegan. Okay, I don't know. Make of that what you will, everybody. Also, the last thing I want to go over here is the timeline in the usage of the Anthony Shots account. Do we have definitive proof that someone using the Shots account doesn't know that other people using the Shots account might be involved in the Delphi murders? Because let's look at the timeline here. So the girls' bodies are found February 14th, 2017, according to the official timeline. So, but regardless, give or take, let's say even 2 to 3 days. The man allegedly looking in the window, the ski mask, this is what police told Klein. I don't know if this is verified. Did they lie to him and this is not connected to the Anthony Shots account? But whatever. Let's say they weren't lying in this interview. The man looking into the window, this occurred February 20th, 2017. So 6 days after the bodies are found, this guy's going around and looking into girls' windows in a ski mask. Is this the behavior of somebody who just committed murders? This is 6 days later, if the police are to be believed here. And then 5 days after that, that's when Klein's home is raided, February 25th, 2017. So what does everybody make of this timeline here? I mean, this is weird. I mean, this is 3 different counties here. The bodies are found Carroll County. The man looking into the window incident is in Cass County, 1 county to the east, and then 1 more county to the east is Miami County, where Klein resides with his pops. So what's going on here? Now, the murders are obviously big news. So, despite the murders, 6 days later, there's a guy in a ski mask leering and peering into bedrooms. I mean, this is kind of weird. This is kind of weird. I don't know what to make of this timeline because if, again, we believe law enforcement, they're saying someone linked to the Anthony Shots profile. Immediately after communication there was a man looking in the window. So are these just online predators who just don't care that bodies were just discovered in Carroll County? Or do they, it's hard to, if they're using the Anthony Shots account, how could they not know about the murder? I mean, even if they don't watch TV, if they're on social media, if they're using a phone, they're on Instagram, I mean, they're talking to this, I mean, I don't know what to make of that. Or are the police lying and this incident never actually took place? Or it did take place, but it had nothing to do with the Shots account and they just made that up to try to trip him up. Is that what happened there? I mean, I don't know. There's just so much that does not add up in this case. There's so much that does not add up involving Klein and his involvement. And the takeaway from that interview, Klein really wasn't intimidated. So make of that what you will. Does that make him more likely to be dumb and lucky that he wasn't tripped up and caught on something if he was involved, even if not directly involved? Or is he a super genius here? I mean, I don't know. This is really, really weird. Or is he just mentally so out of it through drug use that he's just all over the place? And he may or may not have had some involvement or knew somebody, but he genuinely doesn't remember. Is that what really happened here? Wow. I mean, this is just, this is a lot to go over. I mean, we got plenty more to go over, too. There's been a few other theories proposed that we do need to go over, and a couple of other unanswered questions that need to be discussed as well. So plenty more to come. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of Mindshock True Crime in the Delphi case series. If you enjoyed the podcast, want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Delphi Murders Case Series. This is episode 33, Puzzle Pieces. We are going to examine certain pieces of the puzzle that just do not fit in the context of the timeline and the official narratives. We're going to be looking back at some early information and early statements of law enforcement, and we're also going to be re-examining the latest Kelsey German interview at CrimeCon 2022 for little tidbits of information and attempts to kind of gain a more complete picture of the role social media played in these crimes and the bigger issue of people writing things off which they have no clue about and kind of building a house of cards in the wrong direction, not just in this case, but in a lot of true crime cases, because, so-called true crime aficionados, logic does not seem to be at the forefront here, which is, of course, why Mindshock exists. If you enjoy the Mindshock podcast, find it interesting and informative, and want to help support Mindshock, help us get more mind-shocking content out there, and keep up awareness, not just in this unsolved case, but in other unsolved cases, missing persons cases, wrongful convictions, and others. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, not suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So let's get right to it. I'm actually going to address the Kelsey German interview first. So on the Libby and Abbott subreddit, there was a pretty good write-up here highlighting some of the points regarding the Kelsey German interview at CrimeCon. And this was also posted on thesun.com. Kelsey German, 22, admitted to The Sun that she felt betrayed after it emerged that a fake social media profile was one of the last to communicate with her sister. The forensic psychology student was so furious that when she found out, she went to Libby's grave and screamed at her, she told The Sun. Libby, 14, and her friend Abby Williams, 13, were found murdered on the Delphi Historic Trails in Indiana on February 14, 2017. The case remains unsolved, but cops revealed last December that they were investigating the fake Anthony Shots social media profile created by Keegan Kline in connection with the case. The 27-year-old, who is currently in jail awaiting trial over child sex abuse allegations, has not been charged over the Delphi murders and denies any involvement. And according to the transcripts, whoever was using the Anthony Shots account was supposed to meet Libby and Abby on the trails where they were killed. It left Libby's family, who had previously been skeptical of claims that social media played a role in the killings, in deep shock. Speaking at the CrimeCon True Crime Convention in Las Vegas, Kelsey told The Sun, "I was heartbroken because Libby was my best friend and she told me everything I thought. I had to come to terms with the fact that this is something she kept from me. It was something she didn't want me to know because she knew what my opinion would be. She knew that I would tell her it's not safe and I would tell her not to do it. So she didn't tell me and I never had any clue. I never had any idea. She kept it hidden really well from all of us." Kelsey, who is due to graduate in forensic psychology at Purdue University in 2 weeks, has been one of the biggest advocates for her sister and Abby since they died. She was among the last people to see the girls alive after driving them to the trails where they were killed, allegedly. Describing her emotions when she found out that Libby had kept the online chats secret from her, Kelsey said, quote, "In the beginning, I was super angry when they first released it, and law enforcement officially told us they think it's social media and that's what they're looking at. I was so mad I went to her grave and yelled at her. I screamed. I was so angry, and I still am. I'm frustrated. I write her a letter every day, and in my last few letters since December, it has not been very nice words to her. I tell her how angry and mad I am. But also on the other side, I'm so sad that she felt she couldn't tell me, that she couldn't trust me with that information. She was my best friend." End quote. Asked if she had felt betrayed by her murdered sister, Kelsey said, quote, I do think it is that partly. I just felt like I had this image of our friendship and our sisterhood, and I do still think that's all real. I do think she was my best friend and we were really close, and I think this was just something she knew she wanted to do. And she didn't tell me. She knew that I wouldn't be okay with it, so she knew I would be upset. I think she would have been very angry with me if I told her not to do it. I don't think she would want to hear me say stop, end quote. Kelsey had previously told the Sun that before dropping her sister off the Delphi trails, she told her that she loved her, and the young teen said it back. Now she says she's grieving not only her sister's death, but the idea that she had of their friendship. She said, quote, there's a lot of sadness and a lot of tears and a lot of anger and a lot of frustration, all of the emotions because I'm grieving what I thought was a friendship. I thought we trusted each other so much that we could share everything together, and she didn't. It might have just been that one thing she never told me, but if a friend that was here did that, there would still be a lot of hurt, and it would be something we'd need to talk about. And we can't do that, so I have to work through the anger and sadness on my own, end quote. Kelsey, who is due to get married later this year, also revealed that she has relied on therapy and church to come to terms with her anger and grief. She said, quote, I do therapy once a week. I actually quit going and then started going again in December shortly after the Anthony Shots profile was released because I was in a really bad place. I remember the first day I sat with my therapist, she asked what my emotions were about all this, and as I was talking, she said I sounded really angry. She told me I have to work through this, and shortly after I started going to church and talking to my pastor, and that helped a lot. I was able to pray about it and get some biblical help to get through it. All of that together has brought me to a place where I'm not as angry, I'm not as sad, but definitely I still have moments of frustration, end quote. Okay, so, but the main takeaway here, and this is something, again, a lot of so-called true crime aficionados, they just take at face value whatever law enforcement or family members might say, but the case is not solved. So it's really weird how so many of these people hallucinate that these details can be known at this time, or that law enforcement would ever withhold information. So when there were those early rumors and reports that it was definitely some kind of online communication, there were a lot of goofs out there that simply wrote that off and, oh, those are just rumors. There's nothing to do with online. There was no online communication. It was just some random psycho that saw them at the trails. It was just weird how a lot of these goofs don't understand that unsolved cases are unsolved for a reason. There's missing information. And law enforcement doesn't always share the information, even with the family. So in a lot of cases, you see this in the Maura Murray case, you see this in a lot of cases, there's a lot of people that just take on blind faith as gospel from the family. As if, and this is not to chastise the families anyway, because they might not know. They might be 100% honest in their statements, but they might not know because law enforcement didn't tell them. And this is a perfect example here. Again, if we take Libby's words at face value here, I'm not alleging she's lying or not lying, but I'm just assuming what she's saying is true here and she didn't know. So law enforcement didn't tell her. And when the family makes statements, because, again, with limited information, you have a lot of these goofs that just take it on blind faith. And not only that, that's fine. Everybody's entitled to do that. But they go off and start chastising all of these honest, objective, neutral investigators who are looking at each avenue and theorizing in each avenue, and they go attack and chastise them for going down rabbit holes like the social media connections and the catfish theory. You don't have to go that far back on social media to see all these goofs trying to downplay any possible social media catfish connection and just write it off and attack people that are just examining that theory, that avenue. Because if you're doing a logical, objective, neutral, honest investigation, you're not going to close off avenues with limited information. And then this always happens in cases, you have coincidence theorists, conspiracy theorists, after the fact, when law enforcement either releases something or when the case is solved. Oh, look, it turned out that some of these theories that were downplayed by the goofs who just took on blind faith whatever they saw in the idiot box and couldn't think outside the idiot box narrative, that, oh, wait a second, that actually did turn out to be the case. And a lot of these goofs never learn their lesson, so they go from case to case and they just hallucinate that whatever statements are made by police or family early on are gospel and can never be deviated from in any way. And again, that's why a lot of these cases remain unsolved, because you're building a house of cards on a false foundation. On Mindshock, obviously, we don't fall for any of these silly logical fallacies, because the truth is unknown until after the case is solved, and it has to be solved definitively, too. Like, for example, in the Oklahoma Girl Scout murders case, just because there's a statement that DNA matches, that doesn't mean it actually matched. That doesn't mean the DNA wasn't planted. I mean, you have to look at the case as a whole. You have to look at all available evidence and information, not just go off of taglines on the idiot box. But a lot of people do that. But anyway, again, that's why Mindshock exists. So just to dissect the statements a little further, obviously, teenagers don't always tell their friends, family members, everything. So what else did Kelsey not tell them? And so that's why in a lot of cases, again, it's not that the family members are not good people being 100% honest with what they know. But again, humans are fallible. It's not that revolutionary of a concept. Humans don't have to be intentionally lying to be saying things they believe to be true that actually aren't true, because they're, of course, the unknown variables, which a lot of goofs just really have a hard time understanding, that there are unknown unknowns. So you have your known knowns, your known unknowns, and then you have your unknown unknowns. And in a lot of cases, those unknown variables are the ones that are critical in solving the case. So again, teenagers have secrets, whatever. Usually they're relatively innocuous, but who knows? A lot of these, and again, if they weren't murdered, I mean, there's plenty of people meeting other people online that they shouldn't be. And all that's going on, most of the time, obviously, it doesn't end in murder. But it's really weird to assume that the family would have 100% knowledge, or even law enforcement would have 100% knowledge. There's many unknown variables. So there are a couple of interesting posts, again, on the Libby and Abby subreddit in reference to this. I'm going to go over them. Perry Freeman, a respected former U.S. Marshal and detective investigator, insists it is still definitely tied in somehow on the meth ring angle, as well as local Delphi and surrounding areas in state. He believes the ring could also have lured and catfished Liberty German on social media. Freeman was featured a day or so ago on the Delphi Daughters subreddit, gave about an hour of great info. Now, did the ring have contact with Anthony Shantz? Well, criminal circles often intersect within small-town America. Anything is possible, and only in law enforcement knows. A girl who was catfished by one criminal pedo could obviously also be lured by many other sickos. Just remember that reality, she was out there wide open on the web, and Indiana, it seems, is full of these types. It doesn't mean Anthony Shantz is not relevant, or that the transcripts are in any doubt. Keegan-Anthony Klein is still in my top 5, he's just not number 1 due to the local meth ring knowing the Germans. It's too compelling, and the personal connection. I also go back and forth, sometimes Tony Klein and Keegan Klein back at number 1. This week, I'm back to the Kokomo crew. Okay, so basically, there's one investigator who believes that this is connected, of course, to the Gareth Kurtz, Ashley Garth ring, and all those people with direct connections to the Germans, direct connection to Ron Logan's property. I mean, the coincidence stack is a mile high here. So, are we going to assume that criminal enterprises don't overlap? I mean, that would be kind of silly. I mean, coincidence theorists do that. They, of course, say, oh, no, that's definitely not related, even though, again, the case is not solved. But yeah, it's really not a stretch in any way to think that criminals know each other. I mean, they clearly do. You have endless examples of criminals in one enterprise overlapping into another because criminals are criminals and they can be engaged in many different types of illegal activity. Other posts here. I definitely take expert advice by people like this to heart. That Perry Freeman also said that the U.S. Marshals are now involved undercover in helping the case. And this is something that actually was admitted by Carter in the episode with Carter. I went over this. He mentioned the U.S. Marshals also. So this is not secret information. So, but why are the U.S. Marshals involved? I mean, again, and how early were they involved? How early was the FBI involved? Because it seems like they were there before the murders investigating something. So there seems to be a lot of possible intersection here with many different crimes. That said, I'm thinking he may have some insider tech knowledge. My opinion, I'm betting this is all tied into drugs and human trafficking in the end. That is what will shock the city and citizens, not the players at the lower level, but that this is much bigger than these crimes alone. And that's a very good point. I mean, pre-Epstein, the coincidence theorists really, I mean, they had some religious fervor in denying the corruption in upper political circles. Post-Epstein, I mean, even the most clueless coincidence theorists might have to take a closer look at some of the corruption going on within so-called political circles and how far-reaching it is. For those that don't know, I mean, they should look up former FBI head Ted Gunderson, who started exposing all of this child and human trafficking by political organizations, by corrupt law enforcement. I mean, this guy was onto this as early as the 1980s. Now, to the goofs out there that want to pretend he's just a random kook, I mean, this guy he was a FBI special agent. He was the head of the Los Angeles FBI. I mean, this guy worked on the Marilyn Monroe cases, the John F. Kennedy cases. I mean, he was an author, a best-selling author, How to Locate Anyone Anywhere Without Leaving Home. I mean, this guy was not hard for money. So, again, to the kooks out there, the coincidence theorist kooks, who say that some of these people that are promoting so-called conspiracy theorists, I mean, mostly just corruption exposés, but they're just doing it for financial gain. This guy already had a ton of money, successful careers. There's no reason for him to pull this 180 and just be, especially this is mostly I don't want to say pre-internet, because the people were using the internet in the 80s, just not that many. It really wasn't popular by any stretch of the imagination. A lot of people didn't even have computers in the 80s, but some people did, and some people did have the internet. But the internet was not so-called mainstream per se. The average person wasn't playing around on the internet in the early mid-80s, but the amount of criticism that he received for doing this, I mean, it's kind of weird to say that he was only in it for the fame and fortune, because he already had a successful career and a lot of money before he made all of this public. See, why would he make it public? Because he was specifically involved, he was directly involved in satanic cult cases. And so because of all of his insider information with the FBI, he knew about these connections. And I'm assuming, again, I didn't know him personally, he just couldn't keep that. His conscience had to have him speak out because he couldn't keep it under wraps. And he put a big target on himself by doing this, because this is a highly credible individual, former FBI head. Again, I mean, this is not some random nobody in their mom's basement. So he's talking about all of these satanic ritual cults. He's talking about members and politicians involved in this. all across the U.S. I mean, he made public statements through the 90s about all of these networks of political groups that specifically kidnap children and infants, some of them through actual schools. And he exposed all of this. Of course, the coincidence theorists want to pretend and hallucinate he doesn't even exist and none of this was true. But I mean, this is easily verifiable. Easily verifiable. And a lot of so-called top government officials are involved in all this. So this is all pre-Epstein. And he was blowing the whistle on all of this pre-Epstein. And so, again, is it that hard to believe? I mean, for the Dunning-Kruger crowd, maybe. For those with too severe cognitive dissonance to understand that corruption is real, and wearing costumes or being part of a government law enforcement organization does not magically make someone non-corrupt. I'm not going to hallucinate percentages. I'm not saying most law enforcement are corrupt. It's probably the other way around. Most law enforcement probably are not corrupt. But there's a certain percentage. We're not going to pretend we know what the percentage is. There's a more than zero percentage. Possibly, shockingly more than zero. Possibly double digits, maybe not, but who knows? And again, it's more than zero. So was there some kind of an investigation into human trafficking? Now, human trafficking is not new to Indiana. Again, those who just even have a modicum of logic and sense, you do not need to be an expert at research to look this up. I mean, human trafficking is a very real problem. So, is the Delphi case involved in this? I'm not going to pretend I know. I don't know. But if the FBI were on the ground, if the U.S. Marshals are involved, I mean, clearly there's something weird going on. If Abby and Libby got caught in the middle of it and they're only a small part of it, I mean, obviously it should still be a priority to solve their case and get them justice, but there might be a lot of other missing and murdered people and children that are part of a larger investigation as well. That's definitely a possibility here. Now, obviously, in some of these crime circles, there are people low on the totem pole. So if Keegan Kline and Tony Kline, they're involved in the ring in some capacity, they might not be involved with the murders or even the attempted trafficking. Is this attempted trafficking gone wrong? Were they really taken to a barn where they were killed, as early rumors suggest? Of course, the coincidence theorists, they maintain that's just a rumor, just like the catfishing was just a rumor. But now, all of a sudden, as soon as law enforcement make official statements, all of a sudden it's not a rumor anymore, and they're going to pretend and hallucinate they never discounted it. I mean, coincidence theorists are a goofy bunch, but that's how they operate. So if the early rumors about the barn are true, obviously we do have the thermal imaging drone that did not pick up their bodies. I mean, there's still goofs disputing that in the comments all the time, trying to pretend and hallucinate that, again, the scientific literature doesn't exist regarding 1 to 1.5 degrees per hour with up to 3-hour delay. Before that even happens. I mean, there's just a lot of people out there, they're so their dissonance is so triggered, they have to do all this mental gymnastics to try to make it make sense, to try to make it match the official narrative on the idiot box, because their brain just can't function any other way. They have to have this blind faith in the idiot box and official statements. So if the early rumors are true, in this case, like look at all these other cases that got solved. Oh, it turned out the early rumors were true. Again, I'm not saying that's the case here, but that is the case in certain cases. So if the early rumors are true, it's very possible that they were being catfished. Perhaps they were going to be trafficked and something went wrong and they were killed. Then they were dumped back at the trails. Who knows? Maybe something was planted on the phone or sent into the cloud. Like, some people think that the image of Bridge Guy was planted to kind of distract and divert attention away from the true perpetrators. And if that's true, they did a good job, right? I mean, the case is still unsolved. Again, a lot of these coincidence theorists that just, they can't wrap their brain around it. But if that's what happened, they succeeded. Because everybody's obsessed with the Bridge Guy image. especially if Bridge Guy, as in those earlier statements, well, I mean, this is police bulletins. I mean, this is not disputable. Bridge Guy was arrested and released. It was somebody else. Now, again, a lot of that terminology is kind of weird. If you haven't listened to the previous Mindshock episodes, make sure you check them out because I go over all of this. I have an episode, Bridge Guy Arrested, because that's what was reported. And that the guy in the original sketch described as Bridge Guy, he was arrested and cleared, no longer a person of interest, and that's why they switched to the younger sketch. I mean, this is police bulletin here. This is not me. I'm just reading what the official police bulletins state. I went over that many times. Yet a lot of these goofs try to pretend that the original sketch is not Bridge Guy. I mean, how many Bridge Guys are there? I mean, if the original sketch is not Bridge Guy, that's fine, but it was reported as Bridge Guy, and Bridge Guy as in the older Bridge Guy sketch, that guy was arrested and cleared according to all of this information from official sources, not me. I am not putting that information forward. I'm repeating it from the law enforcement bulletins. I can't believe I even have to explain that. That should give an idea of how severe the Dunning-Kruger goofs are triggered and how many comments they make about that because they just can't wrap their brains around these very simple concepts. That doesn't mean that the old Bridge Guy sketch was the actual guy in the bridge, although he does kind of look like him, doesn't he? Another interesting statement here, because some people believe that they weren't catfished and all the Anthony shots is a red herring, and they're talking about how that's tormenting the families. So Doug Carter and company are just going to tell the families false information that will torment them. A response here. But in this very article, it discusses the inaccuracies and or misstatements that law enforcement made to the families, or rather to the family singular. It seems one family is much closer to the investigation than the other. I'm assuming the Germans here. And is this poster, alleging that the Williams family were told different? Because that would be interesting if we can verify what law enforcement told to each family at which point in time. Irrespective, this very article references some of law enforcement's false information. Yet you cite this article as an example of law enforcement being forthcoming about the investigation. I don't follow. Okay, after 5 years, countless inaccuracies, misstatements, bombastic press conferences and interviews, I can no longer accept anything in good faith. Okay, so maybe one of these people actually learned something from this case. Being scientifically skeptical is the opposite of being a gullible goof. Because again, humans are fallible. It's just amazing how many people don't understand that basic concept. That doesn't mean they're intentionally lying. That just means that what they're saying might not be true. They might be mistaken. It's really not that revolutionary that humans are fallible. All right, let's get to more mind-shocking points here in the timeline. Also on the Libby and Abby subreddit, they make a reference here. Law enforcement made a very specific statement that has me wondering something for quite a while. Doug Carter asked, or rather Riley, it's edited, Riley asked this, if anyone saw an individual on Hoosier Heartland Highway leaving a duffel bag on the side of the road. Wanted to get more thoughts on this question statement by Carter, and this is why. There are witnesses, plural, who reported seeing Bridge Guy after 3 p.m., which would have been after the murders as we know. Again, as we don't know, but this person is saying as we know. We know at least one, or at least after the, well, we actually don't know what time the abduction would have taken place either. We know at least one of these witnesses are verified as seeing Bridge Guy because she described his clothing before the Bridge Guy video was released. Interesting here. And then also we do have Doug Carter stating that no one saw Bridge Guy. So again, conflicting statements from law enforcement all around. Given the severity of the injuries to the girls, he would have been bloody in the bottom of pants wet. Neither was reported. I believe Bridge Guy had a change of clothes under his baggy clothing before making his way back out of the woods near Freedom Bridge where the car was parked at the old CPS building. Law enforcement asking for this specific tip is very telling in my opinion. They asked if anyone saw a man with a duffel bag leaving a duffel bag on the side of the road. I believe they mentioned Hoosier Heartland Highway specifically. They either A, have found the duffel bag with the bloody clothes and are leaving that out as it is something only the killer would know, or B, are making an assumption based on what we do know, which is the killer had to have been very bloody and the witness saw him not bloody or wet, so assuming there has to be ditched clothing somewhere. I would lean towards A, law enforcement has the duffel bag, because that's a pretty specific thing to ask and assume. Unless a witness also saw a duffel bag, in which case that wouldn't necessarily be an assumption. The killer could have very well left clothing in the woods or buried them somewhere in between. So asking the specific question about someone seeing a person leaving a duffel bag on the side of the road would point at law enforcement having said bag with clothing. This could very well be where they obtained a hair, partial print, partial DNA profile, etc. Carter stating you made mistakes also seems to point to this. I mean, there's a problem in chain of custody there, because how would anyone prove that that duffel bag belonged to a particular person, even if the duffel bag had whatever DNA in it? If they do not have a duffel bag, why would they ask if anyone saw someone leave a duffel bag or carrying a duffel bag and potentially leaving a bag at the side of the road? Well, again, if a witness saw that. Does law enforcement have this duffel bag with bloody clothing? Is this where they obtained a partial print and or partial DNA profile hair because they collected hair samples from at least Keegan Kline we know? Okay. Wow. So apparently some responses here. The witness to Bridge Guy's outfit described before any public images were released saw him at around 1:30 p.m. before the crime. And again, is this the guy who possibly did not murder them? Is this the individual that was the sex offender that was cleared of this crime? And even if he was cleared, does that mean he's not guilty, though? I mean, there's a lot of wrinkles here. More posts here. There's some confusion here. Is this the guy that was spotted on the side of the road? The same guy who had the broken down vehicle, who gave the lady the creeps and said he was waiting for his dad? And didn't that happen at 8 p.m. at night? I'm pretty sure law enforcement got that guy and it was just a coincidence. And 8 at night doesn't add up to either. Bridge Guy was probably long gone by 4:30 at the latest. If the lady spotted him before, where was the spotting and why was he considered suspicious? Questions we'll probably know the answers to. In my opinion, the later day sighting is up in the air as to whether or not that person is Bridge Guy. At 1:30 p.m., teen girl witness sighting near the Freedom Bridge is more reliable. She described this man and his clothing, that which was worn in the video Libby took before images were released to the public. So 2 points there. One, the girls could have, I talk about this all the time, they could have filmed him or not filmed him. He's in the background. He's just a weird creeper guy. He's not who killed them. And possibly not even the source of the audio of the Down the Hill audio. Or maybe if he is Down the Hill audio, that still doesn't mean he's the killer, because we don't know what happened after that or how many other people were involved there. But let's say if he's not the audio, he's just some guy that was in the background of their Snapchat, and he is who this witness saw, but he's not the killer, and possibly the guy in the original sketch, old Bridge Guy sketch, possibly the guy that law enforcement cleared. In which case, none of this is helpful. And another poster with a brain actually said this: we don't know what any witness said. I mean, it's true. We don't know what they said to law enforcement. We weren't there for those conversations. And anyone who hallucinates otherwise is simply just hallucinating. So the original poster said this: one witness reported his clothing before the video was released. Another witness reported his clothing after the murders and before the video came out. So both before the video came out, around 3 p.m., 3:10 p.m., coming from the woods up by Freedom Bridge and the CPS building. There was a timeline posted. Okay. 3 to 3:10 p.m. strikes me because Toby has gone on record to say it was all over by 3:30. Definitely room for interpretation there. Was the killer leaving the scene at the time, or was that when the victims passed? This leads me to wonder, what was 3-ish guy wearing? Because if these are different guys wearing different things, I mean, that's also interesting. Or if he's wearing the same clothing as before the alleged murders took place at the alleged time. If it was before and after and his clothing is pristine, that would point to him not being involved. Or not being directly involved. Perhaps he could have been at the scene and then he left and the other people were the ones that killed them and got bloody, or simply taken them elsewhere. If they were abducted from the scene, taken elsewhere for the night, or for however many hours before they were brought back, this guy could have been involved, and he would have had clean clothes before and after because there was no murder at that time. This is the theory here. The theory is Bridge Guy had 2 pairs of jeans and tops. We know he has at least a blue jacket and a hoodie. Again, we don't know that. That's the guy in the video who may or may not be responsible. Bridge Guy commits murders, leaves the scene traveling through the woods northwest, removes the bloody jeans with another pair on underneath, as well as removing the top jacket and possibly even hoodie that's on underneath, which leaves him in blue jeans and a dark colored top. Can't say if it was blue, black, but fits the description of what was seen by the other witnesses just prior to the murders. This witness was a decent distance away. If you look at the map, you will better understand, as she was on the south side of Freedom Bridge and saw a man wearing blue jeans and a dark top, but no hoodie on at that time. You know, how hard is it to wear 2 pairs of jeans? I mean, I've never tried that, but I would imagine due to jeans being thicker, I mean, obviously you could wear, you know, maybe some thin pants, workout type pants, and then jeans on top, maybe even like tight fitting sweats and then loose jeans on top. Has anyone ever tried to wear 2 pairs of jeans? How easy is that? Very important points here. We don't know any descriptions given by a witness. Exactly. And the rumors that appeared in 2017 describing Bridge Guy were about old Bridge Guy. Officially and in writing, young Bridge Guy and old Bridge Guy are not the same person. Carter made a fuss during the interviews. In my opinion, this can't be a mistake. They found that they are not the same person. If it were otherwise, they would have not confirmed this information again in the days following the conference. Other posts here. I never understood the could be a mix of both sketches quote. You think that was said just in case the sketches came up in a trial? I mean, that wouldn't matter, would it? I mean, how would that matter? Because if they need DNA evidence, I mean, nobody's going to be convicted on some vague sketches. Another post here. I heard a rumor that most law enforcement investigators believe the killer is young Bridge Guy sketch, and believe that the young sketch is the correct sketch. Apparently, Carter still thought it is a shame to abandon the old sketch, which is why he said the killer might look like their combination. Please note that he only said that in an interview in the days following the conference. For me, it is a bit incomprehensible because all the agencies involved reminded about it once more after the conference, and I think it is very important to them because the information contained only in one sentence. Young Bridge Guy sketch and old Bridge Guy sketch are not the same person. Treat part of the comment about Carter as a rumor. Another response here. Both the task force and FBI firmly believe the young Bridge Guy sketch represents the man on the bridge who is responsible for the killings. On March 16th, 2022, Indiana State Police, again through the local media, issued the following statement below, asking the public to focus on the second sketch. The second sketch is a depiction of the man on the bridge who is responsible for the killings. And that's weird. Like, why do they so firmly believe that the guy in the young guy sketch is the same guy in the video? Because what if it's a different guy? March 16, 2022, investigators would like the public to focus on the photo of the man on the bridge, the voice recording, and the second sketch that was released by law enforcement. Carter has mentioned in past interviews and as recently as the 5-year anniversary that he believes the culprit will likely be a combination of both sketches. If so, I think Carter believes witnesses of both sketches attempted to describe the same man. It's possible one of the witnesses saw the man with a scarf because the old Bridge Guy sketch is clearly missing the highly identifiable, memorable, elongated chin. The old Bridge Guy sketch might also have been influenced by the early interpretation of the video too. Both sketches do have the hooded eyes though. I believe the young Bridge Guy sketch is the killer and has the following distinguishing characteristics as depicted in the young Bridge Guy sketch: curly wavy hair, high forehead, hooded eyes, and elongated chin. The sketch is a resemblance or ballpark estimation, not a photograph. If I had to bring one trait over from the old Bridge Guy sketch, it would be the larger, more pronounced nose. Also believe young Bridge Guy has a penchant for short-brimmed caps of a couple types, as does his family, just my own opinion. Another post here. One possibility is the sketches are Tony Klein and Keegan Klein. I don't necessarily think this, but the sketches being of two people that are closely related is one possible explanation for the mix of the two statements. Another is that maybe too many witnesses contributed to the Old Bridge Guy sketch. Perhaps they believe certain elements of Old Bridge Guy, eyes, nose, whatever, were accurate, but others may not be. I guess this could be the case if investigators believe that the witnesses for the Young Bridge Guy sketch saw the same man as a witness that helped with the Old Bridge Guy sketch. I mean, that's a good point, too. I mean, which witnesses saw who? I mean, this is all conjecture at this point. I don't know if this was ever confirmed anywhere or if it's just a rumor, but I've read that the sketch artist for Old Bridge Guy might have filled in the blanks from the witness descriptions using the Bridge Guy video. It's also possible that the witnesses for Old Bridge Guy sketch may have had their memories warped if they saw stills from the Bridge Guy video prior to their meeting with the sketch artist. And again, we actually don't know any of that information, so... I mean, an interesting point about the duffel bag, though, because if they have DNA or a mix of DNA, but they can't prove that whoever had that duffel bag was connected to the location of the alleged murder scene. Because how would, if there was some kind of an abandoned bag and it had a mix of DNA on it, or maybe they know who was carrying the bag at some point, but it doesn't match the DNA in the bag. I mean, there's so many unknown variables here. Or if they don't have Libby or Abby's DNA in the bag, but they have the other guy's DNA in the bag, and they can't link the bag to the crime scene, even though they believe that the murderer was carrying that bag. Also, what's interesting is that there was a backpack involved again. So this is curious here. Here's an article, February 20th, 2017. Wow, early on. Teens killed, police look beyond Delphi for suspect by Ron Wilkins, jconline.com. Police are not limiting the search for a killer to just Carroll County. We're just expanding our search to anybody who saw anything, Indiana State Police Kim Riley said, explaining that at the time it might not have seemed suspicious at the time. What? More specifically, police want to know if anyone recalls a hitchhiker along the Hoosier Heartland Highway, a person walking along a county road or highway, Riley said. We don't know if the person's a local or a drifter who came in and left, Riley said, as he explained that they were looking for what they were looking for as they look to nearby community for tips. We want to look at any aspect of what somebody might have seen, Riley said, adding that if someone saw a person throwing away a backpack, they'd be interested in tracking that down too. So, did he just say that as an example, as a general example? Not that they were specifically looking for a backpack. So, some people believe that Brad Heath is this witness. I'd love to know what Brad Heath saw. Possibly he happened to see someone with a backpack acting suspiciously, and that's one of the things he reported to law enforcement. Also, someone posted here that a bolo text was sent to locals about a backpack in the first couple days. Wow, that's interesting. And so this was all sent out in the days after and then never mentioned ever again anywhere, which is quite weird. Here's a great post here, also on the Libby and Abby subreddit by Cheeky Yank. We don't know for sure, but there are local rumors and Facebook posts about a necklace. The backpack is something I heard early on and have seen it referenced in other places. The money is the most interesting thing to me if it were there and taken. But let me actually read the original post here. This was 9 months ago by Cheeky Yank, Signatures and Rumors. There's a lot of gossip about the bizarre crime scene and signatures. We have discussed a lot of items that were possibly left by the killer. But it is possible that one or more signatures wasn't something that was left, but rather something that was taken. There was a lot more physical evidence than that at the crime scene, I've said, and it's probably not what you would imagine or what people would think I'm talking about. Items thought to have been left by the killer. I'm guessing these are, again, just guesses. A knife, an upside-down cross, dolls or stuffed animals, a sheet with a smiley face, possible writing somewhere at the crime scene, R, the letter U, and the word up, all in capital letters. R-U up, period. Okay, that's weird. Items possibly taken by the killer: Abby's backpack, Abby's necklace or jewelry, approximately $15 to $20, a small amount of hair taken from each victim, and a shoe. I'm guessing they only found one of Libby's shoes then. There has also been talk that Libby's phone was one of the items taken. Also, that it and other things were possibly disposed of in a gravel pit or a pond on the Mears property. In my opinion, this is a significant enough case that law enforcement would have been able to get a warrant to drain the pond if they thought something was there. Or did they possibly recover things from the pond and just simply not reveal that to the public? If I was a criminal in that area, the only place I would dispose of evidence is Lake Siccot. Anywhere else would be dumb. Thoughts on signatures taken or left? So that's just in reference. So here's the follow-up post here. So the backpack is something I heard early on. I had seen it referenced in other places. The money is the most interesting thing to me if it was there and taken. That is usually not something that is taken on a SK type of murder. Someone would have to rifle through a bag or pockets, possibly leaving evidence behind. If this was a serial killer, his goal was psychological, emotional, and physical. He wasn't looking for $15. I think a second person who didn't have the same goal as the killer, without gloves, touched the bag and took the money. If the money was missing from the crime scene, I think we can bank on 2 or more people being there, in my opinion. Now, here is an excellent point that we have not talked about. If someone else was at the murder scene, or again, regardless whether they were killed in a barn somewhere and then brought back, whatever the case may be, if someone touched the bodies and contaminated evidence who is not the killer after the fact, I mean, what does that mean for law enforcement? Especially, like, let's say the DNA is at the crime scene, but the person had an alibi for the critical hours. So how would that explain his DNA being at the scene when he was clearly somewhere else until whatever, let's say 4 p.m. or even 5 p.m.? Or even, let's say, that whole day, because the bodies were discovered officially the following morning, between 11 a.m. and noon or whatever. Did he have an alibi for all of the previous day, but not that morning? So law enforcement somehow knows that he's not responsible for the killing, but his DNA is on the bodies. Is that part of the reason that the case is unsolved? Now, I don't know if these are locals or whoever commenting here, but a couple more comments. Early on, like the 14th or 15th, there was a notice sent out asking if anyone had found a knapsack on the side of the road. However, we have no idea if that knapsack belonged to the girls or bridge guy, or if it had anything to do with this case at all. Nobody has ever referenced Abby or Libby with a backpack, not law enforcement, the Patties, Kelsey, or Anna. The notice about the knapsack is interesting. How did they send it out? Via cell phone alert or local news? Response here. It came through the phone as a text alert. They didn't mention the murders or what it was in reference to, but the local news report did. Okay, and that's the article I just read. So law enforcement was interested in a backpack. So some people believe that Brad Heath may have been the witness to the backpack. I don't know why specifically the backpack, but let's go over Brad Heath. So there are images of him putting up flyers, and he sounded an animal horn on the bridge. Here's an article, WTHR.com. As tips pour in, some in Delphi turn to faith. As police expand their search nationwide for whoever killed the 2 Delphi teenagers, some in the community are leaning on their faith. By David McAnally, February 23rd, 2017. On the trail Thursday, we saw Brad Heath, a man of faith, sounding a horn of animal bone. Heath says a message from God brought him to the bridge to blow the shofar, signaling God is fighting for his people. The people of Delphi need the Lord to fight for us in this time, this trying time, Heath said. Heath said he was working near the trail the day the girls died, allegedly that day. I had no idea. I was not far from it, so it's bothered me. There's some things I passed along I will hope will help the investigation. Let me reread that last part again. There's some things I passed along I hope will help the investigation. Why would he make such a statement if he doesn't know anything that could help at all? I mean, he has to know something that at least could possibly help. Like, for example, if he did see a suspicious guy with a backpack, he might not know it's directly related to the case, but he still report it because it's potentially related. So clearly there's something that's potentially related that he felt the need to pass along. Now let's examine Brad Heath. There's a post about him 2 years ago, also on the Libby and Abby subreddit. Brad Heath as a possible witness. Brad Heath is the gentleman who would put flyers regarding the crime in his packages sent out through, I believe, eBay activity. He is also the gentleman who blew the animal horn on Freedom Bridge that news outlets had picked up on. Per his statement to reporters, he was working in the trail area the day of the crime and gave some info to law enforcement that he hoped would be helpful. As far as I can tell, Heath is a mole exterminator. Most of the properties in the trail area that are north of Monon Bridge appear to be agricultural. The properties on the south side, however, seem to be residential with newer homes and large yards. I could see these properties lending themselves to needing mole exterminators to keep their lawns and property looking nice. Would this info lend any more credence to crime activity initiating at the south end of the bridge? I would appreciate any thoughts. That's a good point, too, because if drug dealers or meth heads or whoever, as some allege, are involved in this case, or at least involved in crime in the area, somewhere around the bridge, supposedly it's a hangout for teens, possibly a drug hangout, possibly drug members also involved in meth in that area. Again, we've gone over a lot of those stories. And then, of course, no one knows exactly which property he was on. It simply says near the area. So, some people, again, believe that Heath was the one that passed the info about the backpack on. Another post here. It makes me wonder if one of the witnesses saw him wearing a backpack or dropping one off. Maybe that's what Brad Heath saw, someone ditching a bag. An interesting post here also. Seems like it could be a good piece of the puzzle later down the road at a trial, for example. Can you identify the person you saw throwing this backpack away at X time on Y Highway, Mr. or Mrs. Witness? Is that person in the courtroom today? Followed by, yes, he is, but he looks nothing like either sketch. Reading the article again brings back several of the questions surrounding the statement. Do they have this backpack that was tossed? And hoping to find a witness who can positively identify the person they saw throw the said backpack they have recovered. I'm just finding it hard to believe law enforcement would make this specific statement about a backpack if they did not have a backpack in the first place. Or possibly a witness. But if the backpack, let's say the backpack does have the DNA of both Abby and Libby and another party that they believe is the killer. But that DNA does not match anyone in the system. So now what? And there's not necessarily a specific chain of custody there. And how many people were even involved? Another interesting post here. Let's say the killer did leave a duffel bag. And I don't think it's a guarantee the killer would know law enforcement had found it if they did. The fact that they're asking about it leads me to believe they haven't found it if it exists, but they would like to. I feel that's why they would be asking for witnesses who might have seen it, so they can find out the precise location and possibly discover the duffel bag. Also to see if they can ID Bridge Guy, but I'm sure their memory is pretty hazy at this point. Any potential witnesses might not even remember what they had seen, as I certainly wouldn't remember a guy with a bag on the side of the road years ago. But also, is it because this was all mentioned early on and never again, did law enforcement recover the bag? And that's why everything stopped about the bags and the backpacks, because they already had them and they didn't want to, I don't know, for whatever reason. Well, they would no longer need the public's help in getting them if they already had them. Or possibly they already identified, someone came forward and they identified that person. So they have all the information they could possibly have regarding the duffel bag and or backpack. So they no longer need any. And again, that would still leave us, I mean, all of this is unknown, of course. Another post here. I agree, law enforcement asking this specific question has to mean one of only a couple options. Both are intriguing. Because law enforcement is not going to ask about a backpack randomly if they do not believe there to be a backpack involved. One, they have found a bag that is connected to the murders and hoping to find a witness who can possibly identify the individual that left it. That would be a direct connection to murders, as good as seeing the killer kill. Then, since identifying the person who left it is identifying the person responsible for their murders. Not really. I mean, that's not really beyond a reasonable doubt, but still, obviously, very helpful. 2, they believe there just to be a bag of some sorts because of the knowledge they have about the scene, murders, and the totality of evidence as a whole. So, again, a lot of questions here in the Delphi case. A lot of things that don't make any sense. And again, I mean, some people really believe this is a serial killer. In which case, again, is a serial killer connected to the Anthony Shots account? Now, if we're not falling for black and white fallacies, how many people get catfished on a daily basis? I mean, not by a murder or anything, just catfished, I don't want to say innocently, but perhaps, I mean, if these are adults preying on underage children, I mean, obviously they're scummy, but scummy people aren't always violent criminals. They don't always want to kill or assault somebody. Some of them just want to screw around and in whatever, mostly digital. Or maybe they do want to meet them, but they wouldn't cross the line into physical assault. There's all kinds of weirdos and criminals out there. So let's not pretend and hallucinate they all fit in one neat box. So a guy like Klein, is he a violent offender, or is he just this online predator that maybe does want to meet people in real life, but would never cross the line into physical violent assault? I mean, I don't know, but is it possible one of those types of criminals, either Tony Klein or Keegan Klein, are attempting to do this to these girls, or at least to Liberty, and there's also a serial killer on the prowl at the same time, and the serial killer commits this act, or human traffickers or whatever not connected to the Kleins? Or if they are connected to the Kleins, they never informed the Kleins they would be doing this. And the Kleins will be way too scared to blow the whistle on these people if these are some big hitter criminals. So again, let's not fall for black and white logical fallacies. I mean, theoretically, it's possible the catfish was going on and possibly might not have involved, the true murderers might not be the people involved in the catfish that was actively going on at this time. So, yes, I mean, a lot of variables in this case. So we actually have plenty more to cover even. I do want to continue looking at some of the earlier rumors, because in so many cases, some of the earlier rumors do turn out to be true. So to write them off cluelessly and pretend and hallucinate they're definitely not true, that's obviously not conducive to solving cases. So I hope you guys found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting and informative, where we go over every theory, leaving no stone unturned in typical Mindshock fashion with logic and reason at the forefront. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share this podcast. Keep up awareness in this case and other cases. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel as well. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Delphi Murders Case Series. This is episode 34. The case will be solved! Exclamation point. There's been a lot of talk by certain people, a growing number of people, who believe that this case will never be solved. And I actually think it will be solved despite the various issues with it. And I'll go into that and explain all of that. So as usual, if you enjoy the Mindshock podcast, find it interesting and informative, want to help support the podcast, help us get more mind-shocking content out there with logic and reason at the forefront, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share the podcast. Keep up awareness in this unsolved cold case as well as other cases. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, so let's get right down to it. This is not going to be a super long podcast or anything like that. I've seen a growing sentiment online about people who are just not optimistic about this case ever being solved, citing everything from law enforcement corruption and possible complicity in the execution of these crimes to just plain old bumbling incompetence. Others still point to some kind of vast, far-reaching conspiracy involving human trafficking, child sacrifice, satanic cult activity, reaching into the ranks of the FBI. FBI agents who, of course, were on location before the crimes even took place. I mean, you can't make this stuff up as far as coincidences go. I mean, they're all over the place. And we are in the post-Epstein era where even the most clueless, gullible goof coincidence theorists who believe everything they see on the idiot box, even those goofs have to start to question, wait a second, maybe there's actually bad people out there in political or law enforcement spheres. And because of that, some believe that the case will never be solved. So I'm going to go back to like this old adage, lies have speed, but the truth has endurance. I really like that one. I mean, look at some of these supposedly hopeless cold cases that have been solved. And here we are in the modern era with supposed DNA evidence, with digital footprints of various kinds on various different devices of various different individuals. I mean, the web, the spider web of activity around this case, it's being traced bit by bit, piece by piece. So even if there is a concerted effort by corrupt government and law enforcement officials to make sure this doesn't get solved, that doesn't mean it's not going to get solved. Eventually, there's going to be fresh eyes on the case. There's going to be non-corrupt or non-incompetent law enforcement individuals taking a look at it at some point in time. Now, I'm not saying that's going to be this week or next week or even next year. Hopefully, it'll be solved before then, but who knows? But I don't think this is going to be one of these cases that's just written off and forgotten about. There's simply too much evidence. There's simply too much attention. I mean, I'm going to throw in the Stephen Avery case here. You know, if Teresa Hallback really is dead, I mean, obviously she deserves justice. And regardless of whatever issues and antics involving her family include, I mean, that's not the point. If Stephen Avery really is innocent, since there's no actual legitimate evidence against him or Brendan Dassey, the truth will be known at some point. I mean, look at his first conviction. Look at his first frame-up for the attack on Penny Bernstein. For those that don't follow, make sure you check out the Stephen Avery case series on Mindshock, exposing how the Making a Murderer documentary was so biased. It only looked at less than 1% of the law enforcement corruption in the area, in Corruptawag. I mean, it didn't even dispel the myth that Stephen Avery was the one that picked up a cat and threw it in a fire. That was obviously Yanda, who admitted to it in a police statement that he physically picked the cat and threw it in a fire. And the Making a Murderer documentary was so biased against Avery, they didn't even uncover that. They were so biased in favor of law enforcement, they only uncovered 1% or less of the total corruption in the law enforcement community in Corruptawak, and I mean the whole state, really. I mean, so if you look at his 1985 frame up by a lot of the same individuals when there wasn't $36 million on the line, I mean, there's a lot of goofs out there who actually think they wouldn't, the same people wouldn't frame him like they did before when there's that much more to lose if they don't. I mean, they framed him basically for kicks the first time around, and because they didn't like him. Now he's got a $36 million lawsuit. I mean, they're going to do whatever they're going to do to get him in the pen and keep him there. But here's the thing, again, I'm not saying he's going to get out soon. I'm saying the truth about the case will be known because even though lies have speed, the truth has endurance. And we saw that play out in his 85 conviction. So circling back here to the Delphi case, I mean, obviously it's been too long, but it's not like it's been decades and decades because even cold cases where there's almost no evidence, after decades and decades, some of them do get solved. I mean, obviously not every single one, but again, who knows what the future holds. Either way, crimes committed in the modern era, it just seems when enough competent people and non-corrupt people become involved, it will be solved. I mean, I really do think it's inevitable. Now, there's going to be a bunch of other problems that arise, such as, are they just going to be getting a patsy for this? I mean, some people believe that's what they're doing with the Kleins. Whether or not the Kleins are part of some kind of circle, which may or may not have something to do with the execution of these crimes. So because they might know the true perpetrators and they're going to be used as patsies or whatever. I mean, there's a lot of theories out there. If you haven't checked out the previous episodes in the Mindshock series, make sure you check those out. But there's definitely funny business, and if the truth will be known, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be a legitimate conviction in a court of law. But I think the truth will come out the way that it usually does. Is this really going to end up being one of these outlier cases? For example, if the so-called Snapchat image or whatever, the video, if however you want to phrase it, if that's all a red herring, an intentional red herring, and the true perpetrator is not bridge guy on the bridge, if that's all true, that means it was done to cover something else out. Once that unravels, it all becomes much more likely that the real truth will be known. I mean, a lot of times, all you need when you build a house of cards, you just take out, I mean, it's flimsy. Once you take out that base, the whole thing comes crumbling down, and then you can focus on building a real foundation on a real case. So again, I'm not saying that's the case here. I'm saying if that's the case, or whatever issue, whatever variable is preventing this from being solved, once that's really exposed and other avenues can be opened up to lead to the real truth. Now, if they are on a variable that will lead to the truth, for example, if it is the Kleins, I mean, it's only a matter of time at this point. So, but if it's not the Kleins, of course, that needs to be all addressed and carefully examined and investigated. And this case is just too high profile. In the modern age, on the internet, when you have all these amateur sleuths, I mean, let's compare to a case from, let's say, the 50s or the 60s or the 70s or even the 80s. There's not this army of online detectives. Now, you can argue whether they're all idiots or whatever, but just the amount of eyeballs on the case and the amount of brains regarding of what functioning capacity they are operating with, there's still a lot of them. So the fact that there's just so many, I believe that all points to the case definitively being solved anywhere between the near future to the somewhat near future. It does not seem like this is going to take decades and decades to solve. Again, that is just from looking at all the variables, from looking at other cases, from looking at the amount of evidence involved, from looking at just the sheer internet discussion and theorizing going on. It's just, It really seems like it could be solved, unless it's a total psyop. I don't really want to go down that rabbit hole. Some people believe it's a psyop. Now, it could have psyop elements, and to all the triggered coincidence theorists who are going to just get triggered at the drop of a hat, are you saying that Liberty and Abby didn't exist or didn't die or whatever they get triggered about? Nobody's saying that. A psyop is simply a psychological operation having psychological operation elements in terms of some kind of government-backed operation, not even necessarily envisioned as such from the outset. So it's not necessarily that they planned to use those murders, but if they did happen, they might have kind of latched onto that as an opportunity for a psychological operation. There's a lot of theories out there regarding how those work. I'm not going to go down those rabbit holes for this particular podcast, even though this is Mindshock. I'm only commenting on the view that the case will be solved. I actually think it will be solved. It's only a matter of time, and just the amount of attention makes it just inconceivable that one day it won't be solved. Again, that might not be in the immediate near future. Hopefully it is, but we just have to see how it plays out. We have to see enough non-corrupt, non-incompetent investigators get involved. And at that point, whatever corruption issue, which some people believe goes to the Flora fire and even beyond, I mean, the sheer amount of individuals involved in both cases, the sheer amount of incompetence and or corruption in that entire county, if not the state, I mean, that's kind of undeniable at this point. But how much of a factor is it in keeping the Delphi case from getting solved? Some people believe it's a major, major factor. But either way, when new individuals, competent, non-corrupt individuals get involved, when enough of them get involved, this case can and will be solved. All victims of crime obviously deserve justice, and that's why there's a lot of true crime podcasts out there, just maintaining awareness so that justice can be had one day. And I think it will. All the Mindshock listeners out there, feel free to give your own thoughts, comments, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind in the comment section. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of Mindshock True Crime in the Delphi case series. If you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons who get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. This is Bruce McGuire signing on. Catch you guys next time.